We'll start with reminding folks that we are running this meeting remotely via Zoom because of COVID, but we're happy and encourage you all to provide either written or oral comments. For written comments, in either case, send an email directly to the DISB at deltacouncil.ca.gov. And for the oral comment portion of it, use the raised hand function in Zoom. We will recognize you at the time. Let us know what item you would like to have a public comment on, and once you're recognized, give us your name and affiliation, and then you'll be given the opportunity to provide probably a 3-minute public comment. With that, I can start the roll call and ask board members to state the full name and whether or not they have any new declarations regarding conflict of interest.
Sacramento.
The roll call. I'm Steve Brandt, and I have no new declarations. Virginia?
I'm Virginia Dale. I have no new declarations.
Is Joe here yet? Okay. Tom?
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Tanya?
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Jay?
Jay London, I have a new declaration. Some time ago, I mentioned that some of my students have been working with the state board to help them better understand how the technical details of how unimpaired flows are calculated by different groups in California, and particularly this Department of Water Resources. That's really pretty narrow technical stuff. Recently, in the last few weeks, we have been asked to give maybe more, still technical, but I think more substantive advice on how a water account, which is some fraction of unimpaired flows for the year or for a season, might be best operated. And so we're working with some other folks on functional flows and how those might be operated in a systematic way throughout an operating season, such as perhaps the current drought. So I'm going to try to hold back from environmental flow activities on the board.
Okay, thanks, Jay. Bob?
Bob Nyman, no new declarations.
Lisa?
Lisa Wanger, no new declarations.
Okay, Diane McKnight has sent her apologies. We do have a quorum. We do expect that Joe Fernando will join us today. I'm going to move on to item number 2, which is the chair's report. And just a few items to bring you up to date. After our last meeting, we did get a public comment, sort of a general public comment from Deidre, again from the California Water Resources. Remember, we had California Water Research, and we talked a lot about conceptual models during the last meeting or two, and whether there are any, whether we ought to be involved in those. And this public comment, which should be in your packet, is really a rather thorough discussion of that topic, and pointing out to us that there are a lot of conceptual models out there. There were some references attached, as well as some summaries of work that had been done in that field. I believe Virginia Dale's looking at that more intently, but clearly this provides a lot of solid information we can use to help us think about that topic further. So I thank Deidre again for that information. It was very useful. I see Joe is here. Joe, you want to introduce yourself? You're on mute.
Sorry, no new declarations. Sorry, I had a bit of a difficulty in logging in. But anyway, I'm here.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah. The second item is to bring you up to date on, remind you all that we as a board are, and I will be presenting our review on non-native species at the upcoming meeting on early detection and rapid response to invasion in the Delta, invasive species, which will be held December 15th. And the focus of this workshop again is looking at early detection and rapid response. Our paper will summarize our conclusions of our review on non-native species in a dynamic delta, but also try and highlight the importance of science, anticipation, and coordination, particularly with respect to the early detection and rapid response. Next item is and I think you're all still welcome to attend that. I think you can register for that, and it's a full day symposium starting at 9, and I think you should have the URL for that. The next item is an update on our recruitment status for the postdoctoral scholars. The applications closed, at least the initial application period closed on November 29th, although people can still apply. We have 13 applicants, and at first glance, there's a number of really solid applicants in there. We have a search committee with Lisa and Diane, and we are trying to schedule a time next week to go through those applicants and see if we can get a short list for doing phone interviews or sort of Zoom interviews by the end of the year. And Shauna O, who's the director of the Oregon Sea Grant Program, will also be involved in that interview process. So we're moving forward on that. If you still have other folks you'd like to encourage to apply, they can still apply. And that's my main items I wanted to report on. Today is going to be, like all of our board meetings, it's going to be a fun and entertaining and hopefully lively discussion meeting. And we're going to be getting some brief updates on our 2 reviews that we're wrapping up, the Monitoring Enterprise Review and the Water Supply Reliability. And then we'll talk about future reviews. And we have 3 topics where we've highlighted as possible interest, and we'll having a full discussion on those. And then we'll have an in-depth discussion of the Science Action Agenda. We'll have a presentation of that. You all have seen and read the full report. And I think that this will be an opportunity for us to talk about where and how, what are the key topics we want to bring up during our formal review of that document. So I think that's all I have for my report. Any public comments on that?
Or none.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, which is the Delta Stewardship Council Chair Report. And welcome, Susan Detallian, who will make that presentation.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am very glad to be able to be with you this morning. I'll start by highlighting a couple of items from the council's November meeting and then give you a preview of some of the items on the council's December meeting. At our November meeting, the council conducted a workshop on its proposed amendment to Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, titled Protect, Restore, and Enhance the Delta Ecosystem. And the workshop also included an overview of the draft program environmental impact report for the ecosystem amendment. Comments were due on the draft program EIR November 30, 2021, and Planning and Performance Division staff are working through the comments received so far. In addition to the ecosystem amendment workshop, the council received an excellent presentation from a panel talking about the carbon capture and storage technology potential in the Delta. Executive Officer of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta Conservancy, Campbell Ingram, was on the panel, as was George Paredes of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory and Tom Zuckerman, a Delta landowner. They provided background about the possibility of carbon capture and storage technology, deployment of that technology in the Delta. Sounds like it's very promising and an ideal place for employing such technology. And Tom Zuckerman presented the perspectives of the local landowners who might participate in these kinds of projects. And I highly recommend viewing the recording of that particular presentation. It was very educational. Items on the December 16 meeting are election of a vice chair for the council, an overview of the final draft science action agenda for 2022 to 2026, which is available for public review and comment, a presentation from the Delta Protection Commission staff about the draft Great Delta Trail Master Plan, which is also available for public review and comment. And this master plan advances implementation of several recommendations in the Delta Plan, Chapter 5, protect and enhance the unique cultural, recreational, and natural resource and agricultural values of the California Delta as an evolving place. I will also be hearing a 2021 year in review presentation about the Delta Plan performance measures, and included in this presentation is a staff-produced video, highlights of progress on key annual Delta Plan performance measures, and a report on how often stakeholders used the performance measures dashboard in 2021. Now I'll take just a minute to highlight two more items. On the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee front, the inaugural meeting of the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee is scheduled for January 31, 2022. And finally, I'll share that Dr. Laurel Larson did a fantastic job moderating a panel as part of the California Council on Science and Technology expert briefing. And the panel talked about the many impacts of drought in the California Delta. There is a recording available to view that expert briefing at the California Council on Science and Technology homepage. And that concludes my brief review of council activities. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Susan. I have one question on DPIC. You said DPIC has a restoration subcommittee. Could you tell us a little bit more about what their purpose is and what they're doing?
Yes, yeah, I think at your last meeting, I believe I mentioned there is a one-pager. I think Edmond sent it out with the purpose of the subcommittee. But very brief, pardon?
I'm sure that's the case, and I probably haven't read it, so.
Yeah, well, the main purpose of the subcommittee is to coordinate and better understand all the restoration going on, all the restoration projects going on in the Delta. And so this initial meeting really is to have DPIC member agencies and their representatives get a handle on the possible scope of what this subcommittee ought to be looking at. So if you didn't receive the one pager, I'll make sure that we get it to you. Does that answer your question, Steve?
Yeah, thanks. Of course, as you know, that the topic of restoration, I think, was the first topic that the board reviewed, and that was 10 years ago or so. So there's been some recurring thoughts now and then for us to redo that topic and look at the science of restoration. And so just trying to keep tabs of what's going on and seeing whether or not that review would be of value to some entity or not, and what the timing of that might be. So I'm just keeping my ears to the ground on that. So thanks. Any board members have a question? Tom?
Susan, I have a question about the carbon capture briefing. What are the, and this may be too broad a question to answer today, but could you summarize briefly what the policy and legal factors are driving it? I believe there's an executive order by the governor, but how committed is California that would open up the opportunity in the Delta to take advantage of it?
Well, there is an executive order. Well, actually, I'm not sure if it's an executive order, but there is a California goal to achieve carbon neutrality, be carbon neutral by 2045. So that is one of the drivers. And what Campbell Ingram described as background at the council meeting is that there's quite a bit of activity and interest in the Delta on this topic. And so they have let me get my notes here, carbon capture coordination group that includes companies that are interested in this technology, because they actually there's a program, a low carbon fuel standard program, at which I don't know which entity would pay this $200 a ton, but there is a monetary incentive. So this group consists of companies, landowners, and regulatory agencies. And they commissioned an independent economic analysis to better understand all the costs and how these costs relate to the potential revenue stream. I think what Campbell said is they're still seeking additional funding for this, to fund this economic analysis. But yeah, my notes are very scribbly, so I'm having a hard time reading them, but there are quite a few regulatory entities. So this group is also together learning from the regulatory entities, all the regulations and what is required to obtain permits and address other regulatory requirements. So yeah, this sounds like a good group to focus on this coordination. And the presentation by George Paredes of the Lawrence Livermore Lab was just a great presentation on the technology and on why the Delta and Central Valley, but especially the Delta, is an ideal location for this kind of technology. And they made sure that we understood that this technology is technology that would store it well below the ground, 1 mile to 2 miles underground. So the thinking is that it would not interfere with conservation, other land uses, or other projects closer to the surface, Earth surface in the Delta. And the photographs of the footprint of this technology, the injection wells, was very helpful to me for understanding that the footprint is fairly small. It looked no larger than the existing gas wells out in the Delta. But there are a lot of unanswered questions still. So this group is looking to answer those questions, and they did complete a public attitude research effort conducted by FM3 during October 2020 to January 2021. And this survey asked folks in the Delta many questions about their knowledge about this technology, their attitude, their thinking on potential of using this technology in the Delta. So does that answer your question, Tom?
Yeah, but it raised another question, because I was under the impression that the subsidence reversal, the accumulation of peat, was another approach to accumulating carbon. And it sounded like the discussion focused primarily on the deep well injection rather than the peat issue.
Yes. Yes.
But what about the status of the growing the peat as a way of reducing our carbon footprint in California?
I don't know the status, but I can certainly get the answer for you. Yeah, I'm not current on the status of what folks are doing in terms of subsidence reversal.
The reason I'm asking is, as we put together an agenda to look at the science behind subsidence reversal, that issue is an important, particularly, I guess, almost an economic aspect of the subsidence problem in the Delta. And so, yeah, if you could give us some context. I've talked to Ingram and Zuckerman about it, about as far as I've gotten.
Okay, yeah, I will do that.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments or questions from the board? Joe?
Yeah, can you elaborate a little bit about the performance measures dashboard? Because I remember that a lot of effort went on to the development of performance measures themselves. So how many
Yes.
people are using, and what's the success according to your assessment?
Well, the council will hear about the use of the performance measures dashboard, who's using it, and how often. So I don't have any answers for you right now, Joe, but what I can do is share with you the staff report on the topic, and we'll be hearing more about it at the December council meeting, and then I can follow up with you after the December council meeting and give you more information.
Okay, so it's upcoming.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Susan.
Sure.
Anything else from board members? Edmond, any public comment on this?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing a comment. Thank you.
It's Deirdre Desjardins, and I just wanted to say I had a successful operation on November 29th, and I'm finding I'm just not cut out to watch TV and do crossword puzzles. So here I am. But I wanted to remark on the Eco Restore on the restoration program. So there was a discussion on California Water Twitter with some of the mid-level agency scientists that are involved in restoration, and they said that they have brought up climate change issues with the projects, and they're just being glossed over. And because Eco Restore, and I have a real concern about the state's going to be making a lot of investments in these restoration projects, and finding a way, it's not even clear because the projects were made exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. It's not even, and it's not even clear if they'll come before the council for a consistency finding, which would be another way to ensure that they had best available science. So I think there's like $800 million appropriated in this year's budget for multi-benefit restoration projects. It's just enormous and it's unprecedented, and there's going to be a lot of money committed very rapidly. And if there's any way to ensure that the best available science on climate change is used, I think that would be very helpful, and perhaps the ISB could look at a way to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre, and I'm glad that your operation was a success. The issue of climate change, of course, in every kind of more recent survey we've done, its impact on all aspects of what's going on in the Delta is clearly resounding in terms of a level of interest in it, and both in terms of climate impact on restoration, on non-native species, on fish, and obviously on flows as well. And I think that you raise an important topic. Any questions or comments from board members?
Well, I'll just say, I think there's a lot of questions raised by the idea that there's a huge amount of restoration going on. I'm curious to know, are these being tracked so we can learn from them? Are there similar things being monitored? And I think that goes to this ability to adapt to climate change. I think we don't know everything we need to know right now to come up with new restoration recipes. We understand the risks are increasing, but we don't necessarily know how to respond. So I would love to have a conversation with the powers that be about whether we can help inform that sort of adaptive management.
Susan, is that something that's being considered in the DPIC restoration work group?
I believe so, but I think this initial meeting will better answer what they're going to address. I did find their one pager, and it says the initial work plan includes identifying gaps in our knowledge of ecosystem restoration opportunities by looking at existing restoration plans and identifying if additional planning efforts are needed. And also in the work plan is integrate efforts with the Delta landscape scenario planning tool. And third major item in the work plan is assess the status of other efforts to tackle barriers to restoration and identify the gaps that need to be filled. Timeline is to have the initial subcommittee meeting, which is going to happen in January. And then in spring of 2022, this subcommittee will have a special meeting to provide a venue for project proponents to share early concepts and get feedback from this community, share best practices and lessons learned, and discuss general coordination. So I'm imagining at this initial meeting, we could offer up this, suggestion from the Delta Independent Science Board.
One of the things that there's something called the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, which spends about $70 million a year doing restoration projects on Oregon watersheds. And they've recently adopted a sort of a climate component to it, that any proposals that go in have to consider the impact of climate change, both in terms of climate adaptation. Are they doing restoration that would still be valid 20 years down the road and so forth, in the consideration of climate change, as well as looking at carbon sequestration as possibly a component of the restoration effort, that there is something of value that might be added to a restoration program. I see Amanda Bull from the DPIC has her hand up. Amanda?
Hi, good morning. Sorry, for some reason my video is not working, so I'll just talk to you all. Yeah, just wanted to provide just a little bit more context, and Susan, I think, has done a great job kind of covering kind of what we're planning on using or what we're planning on doing at this January 31st meeting. But I think to also respond to Dr. Wanger's comment, the Delta Science Program actually is in the process of doing an inventory of restoration efforts that have begun or have been completed in the Delta or that have been in the planning stages, also incorporating a look at the different planning efforts that have been undertaken in the Delta to understand restoration needs. So we're very much anticipating and looking forward to kind of the report that Karen Kafitz's unit is doing, that Dylan Chappell is leading, and are really hoping to kind of use that work to provide a lot of the basis for kind of what will come out ultimately of the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, because it is, as Susan noted, kind of key to our work plan is really understanding what we've done and what still needs to be done. And so hoping to use the inventory that the science program is doing to then do a bit of a gap analysis to see, okay, where do we need to go next? Like, what do we need to be doing, especially in light of the targets that are in the pending ecosystem amendment, in the ecosystem amendment. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot we don't understand, but we're working toward, the science program is working toward trying to understand that, and definitely we'll be using that to inform any of the work that the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee does.
Okay, thanks. I told you it'd be a fun discussion today. Any other comments on that topic? Okay, any other public comments, Edmond?
There were none.
Okay, let's
It
move
looks
on.
like Virginia is waving her.
Oh, okay. Hi, Virginia, go ahead.
Yeah, you didn't see my hand, sorry. I would like to emphasize the comment that Lisa made. She said adaptive management, and I think the restoration should really be framed in an adaptive management capacity, setting up goals for what to be achieved, setting up indicators and monitoring toward those, and then reviewing how well that is done. You know, that's part of the whole process, and I would see that as being very important.
You know, thanks for reminding me about that too. I think that's a great comment. If you go back and look at our adaptive management review, we had a section in there on climate change and the consideration of climate change in the context of adaptive management. If I recall, we talked specifically about restoration in that review, and so I would refer people to go back to that because I know we do talk about that topic there. Looks like Karen has her hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one of the things that was in part response to that review, you guys also identified that there needed to be a group that was convening to meet on adaptive management. And we've been convening that group over the last 5 years, a technical interagency group focused on adaptive management for ecosystem restoration projects. And as the DPIC restoration subcommittee is being formed, we're formalizing a relationship between that adaptive management focused restoration group and this restoration subcommittee so that we can help serve the restoration subcommittee's needs with regards to identifying adaptive management priorities and understanding how they can help move adaptive management forward.
Thanks, Karen. And climate is part of that?
Climate is definitely part of our adaptive management strategy. Yeah.
Okay. I see Lisa has her hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for that responsiveness. That sounds like a great path forward. I just invite you to maybe just to finish out this conversation. I just invite you to realize that we're here to help you fill in some of the science gaps if we can. Obviously, we can't answer things that haven't been studied, but we may have resources from other places that may help inform it. And so just think of us, because this is a topic obviously that we're pretty passionate about.
Great. Thanks, Lisa. And I really appreciate the offer. As Susan was saying, the first meeting of the DPIC subcommittee is in January. So all of this has been very conceptual for now as we think about what we're going to do with that subcommittee. And after we've convened in January and spent a few months working together, our adaptive management team and that subcommittee, I think we will identify some areas where we can seek your advice and engagement. So thank you for emphasizing that, Lisa.
Jay.
Thanks. Just keeping my ear to the ground, I have the impression that there is often some substantial divergence in the philosophies and technical and scientific thinking behind restoration in many parts of not only the Delta, but the larger Central Valley. And this is hardly surprising, I think, but perhaps one of the things that this board could be helpful with in terms of the Stipe Committee is to take a look at some of the scientific issues that seem to be generating some controversy in implementation for the system, and either addressing those conflicts directly, or perhaps more importantly, have us provide some thoughts on how DPIC might organize itself to more systematically address those kinds of controversies, which can be debilitating to actual implementation and the development of restoration actions over time.
So Jay, is this something we should obviously keep our eye on in terms of what that committee, once they decide specifically what they're going to do, maybe even sending them a simple memo sort of along the lines of what Karen and Lisa were talking about, that we stand ready to help or point out some of the things you just said.
That's right. But I the kind of ambition that you need to have for an effective habitat restoration program for this problem and this system with climate change is really huge. I don't know that the agencies individually or collectively are really up to it, as evidenced by some of the reports that have come out of this board in the last couple of years. And so that if you were to try to put up a more substantial habitat restoration effort, you're going to have scientific controversies. And if you don't want those scientific controversies within and between agencies to muck things up too much, then you want to have some fairly expeditious way of resolving them. And this board was sort of formed to help with some of those kinds of problems. So maybe we would have some useful advice on, to DPIC, to the interagency groups on how to address those kind of impediments.
Yeah, along those lines, we also talk about in the non-native species review, we talked about the impact of climate change on the regular species pool itself, regardless of any restoration efforts, that there will be new players and players that will dissolve away. So regardless of restoration. So any other thoughts? Okay, so Edmond, let it be make a note that we want to continue to follow this effort and hopefully keep us abreast of any paperwork that comes out or any meetings that are coming up or something, so we can keep abreast of what's going on this topic. Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so let's move on to item number 4, which is the Delta Lead Scientist report. Laurel?
Hi, everyone. Very much in the spirit of the last discussion, I'm going to use most of the 10 minutes today to open up a conversation on how Delta Science Program and Delta Independent Science Board might coordinate on a few of our ongoing projects. But before I do that, I just want to give a few lightning updates. The first is on the status of the Delta Independent Science Board member recruitment. As a reminder, we're looking to fill three vacancies on the ISB in order to fill Jim Claren's vacancy and the upcoming vacancies from the departure of Joe Fernando and Jay Lund. We requested that applications be received by November 30 of 2021 to make it into that first round of review. So our search committee has since then met. We received 7 applications that are going to be considered in this first round of review, but the doors are still open to receive applications until February 1st of 2022. So as you continue to think of people who might meet needs for expertise in water resource engineering, hydrodynamics, climate science, algal or invasive species ecology, or ecotoxicology, please encourage those people to apply to this vacancy. And I've reached out to several ISB board members specifically to seek recommendations. So we are planning on beginning the first round of interviews in January, shortly after the holidays. I also have a brief update on the Delta Science Program's assessment of the Delta ISB. Public comments on the draft closed on December 1st. Lauren Hastings and the rest of the team are working to address public comments for the final report. And based on those comments, there will be some edits and improvements, including formatting and layout, but the overall content is not anticipated to change. The Delta Science Program looks forward to the formal response from the Delta ISB once the report is finalized. And there's a target date for finalizing that report by the end of February of 2022. So unless there are questions on those 2 things, I want to move on to the other part of this update, which is really to start a discussion on coordination. I can't see all of you. I don't see any hands, but let me know if I'm wrong. Okay, great. Well, I'm going to share my screen briefly because I would like to talk about planning that's underway. And can you all see my screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to talk about some planning that's underway for scoping out a workshop on harmful algal blooms. As you all might remember very well, the Delta Independent Science Board's draft monitoring enterprise report showed that from a stakeholder perspective, monitoring of HABs is really a gap that we have in our monitoring system. This is something that we're hearing too in the science program. And so ideas have been brewing to develop a workshop that will take place in November of 2022 with an intended outcome of informing a 5-year approach to monitoring, management, and mitigation of harmful algal blooms. And there's really 3 different goals that will be addressed in that workshop as the conversations are coming together right now. These goals are to provide a platform for information sharing on harmful algal bloom data collection and studies, to identify the objectives, challenges, and data synthesis needs for HABs monitoring across multiple institutions, to identify opportunities for increased coordination and harmful algal bloom data collection efforts. And I'll come back to this slide, but these goals are being thought about in the context of 4 topics. And one would be for the workshop to really define what the objectives and approach of a coordinated monitoring program would be. And this would include discussion of regions that might need to be prioritized, discussion of what additional monitoring might we need to add in order to enable a synthesis that allows us to look at, or that allows us to look at causal drivers, mechanisms, and also assess the full suite of impacts of HABs. And in addition, what variables or what indicators should be monitored to detect blooms in near real time? As you are probably aware from the presentations that you heard last year, HABs blooms are really challenging to detect. You can't detect them from chlorophyll A, which is one of the real-time sensors that is deployed in the Delta. You really have to have toxins sampling, but there are a number of groups looking at whether HABs blooms are sufficiently correlated to suites of other variables, including things that we might be able to monitor from remote sensing to enable for near real-time bloom detection. Another topic would be where are the data housed? What sort of cyber infrastructure is needed? And then what are the current knowledge gaps? And what are opportunities for coordination and collaboration? For example, establishing a comprehensive monitoring framework. So as you can see, there's been some thought around this already. There is a planning committee that is in the early stages. It's still being coalesced. Right now, it consists of people from Delta Science Program, CDFW, the Interagency Ecological Program, State Water Resources Control Board, and the Central Valley Regional Water Board. The committee will be welcoming of ISB membership on that planning committee, and they're also seeking a socioeconomic expert. I should mention Tanya Hekela has been talking to this group as well. But I just want to pause there to hear some reactions from the ISB about whether these objectives are consistent with the type of workshop that you might envision participating in and helping to develop. And if so, we should definitely think about the best way to coordinate moving forward.
I have a few comments and questions. First of all, how long is the workshop? Is it a day or 2 weeks or?
I believe it's being planned for 2 days right now.
Okay, and you know, we had a panel in to talk about HABs, and we did some background work on it. At first glance, this looks a lot like the monitoring and data collection component of it. One of the things that, as you probably know, in the science needs assessment, forecasting of HABs came out as one of the top priorities. And it was the forecasting component of it that was top. Of course, you need data to drive your models and to test your models, but the forecasting component was perhaps most important. And I think that in one of the examples we brought in was the Great Lakes, where they actually have NOAA produces an actual forecast of HABs. It's the same critter. It's the microcystis that is the primary HAB in both cases, I think. Is there any thought to move in that direction, or is that a?
So originally, forecasting was included in the intended outcome or in the goals of the prospectus that the planning committee had been working on. I did not sit in on the early planning committee meetings, but my understanding is that planning committee felt that the science wasn't sufficiently advanced to make that an attainable outcome at the 5-year time frame. And they really wanted to focus their efforts more on monitoring, management and mitigation, because there was more science to support that. I think one of the things that they're thinking right now is that the monitoring program that could be an outcome of this workshop would really lay a nice foundation for that forecasting eventually. And certainly forecasting is something that we are trying to stimulate in other ways too. One of the proposals, well, actually 2 of the proposals that we're funding through the last proposal solicitation are really working to identify causal drivers, but also to detect blooms, which will fill some of the needed science gaps that we do need to fill in order to move in that forecasting direction. But, you know, I think this is something that having one or more, well, having probably one ISB member on the planning committee could help to drive. I know this has been a topic of discussion. Potentially it could be reopened, but this is my understanding of what happened just based on the margin comments in the prospectus document.
Yeah, and I think you're right. The 2 of observing and monitoring and forecasting are tied together very tightly. And in fact, figuring out what you're going to monitor may in fact depend on your ability to know what the driving forces are that are triggering harmful algal blooms, which leads directly to forecasting. In the Great Lakes, of course, folks drink the water that contain harmful algal blooms sometimes, and there now have observation systems out there where they inform the water treatment facility that a HAB's about to happen, and therefore then they use carbon filtration to treat the water differently or more intensely when they figure a HAB is about to happen. So there are mechanisms to monitor the HABs in almost real time. And anyway, I think it's a great topic, and I think I think the question for us is, you know, where we want to be involved and what would be most useful for you. And clearly it's a topic I think this board has recognized as being of interest. Any other board comments or thoughts or questions?
I see Lisa has her hand up.
I'm gonna go back to full screen to see who's got their hands up. Okay.
Yeah, just a couple comments. First, I know Diane McKnight, who led the original workshop, is not here, so we should definitely assign her to this committee. Second to this, so the science, this will probably come up again in the science action agenda discussion, but you have both these HAB issues in the science action agenda, forecasting and understanding socioeconomic, impacts, as well as, a better understanding of the system. So clearly there is a desire for both of these things. They're not unrelated. I wonder if but I do think, like, I'm curious, how do they know that forecasting isn't a priority? Do they know who's being exposed? It sounded to me that we didn't even have some basic information about what the risk is to people. Obviously, it's a high priority when you're pulling the water in for drinking water. You're going to need that, and they're going to invest in it. But it is really a question of, what are the benefits of the 2 approaches? So that's one comment. And then what my last comment just has to do with, and I'm sure you've thought of this, but something that we learned really the hard way in managing in the Chesapeake Bay was that, we went to a problem in the estuary. We brought in mostly estuarine experts, and then we realized all the drivers were up in the watershed. So one little, just reminder, don't forget to include the people who might know what's going on the landscape, that might be drivers, that might be more controllable. Because, right, you talk about mitigation, but you need to understand the variables that are controllable.
Thank you
Go.
for that comment.
You're on mute again, Joe.
A quick comment. So when I was looking at the science action agenda, I saw that there's a beautiful picture on harmful algae blooms taken by DWR. So are they doing that type of work? Then it might be useful to have them in the planning committee.
So State Water Resources Control Board is the entity that's really been taking the reins for harmful algal bloom data collection and making that data available on a public portal. There's the SWAMP program, and I'm not going to remember what SWAMP stands for, but they do have a HABS data portal that is a part of that program. And USGS is also, I see they're not on the planning committee. maybe that should be addressed, but USGS is also doing quite a bit right now to advance the science of HABs detection. They just hired Keith Bouma-Gregson from State Water Resources Control Board, who's a HABs expert, a freshwater HABs expert, and they're working to develop a more rigorous monitoring program and have also been pretty instrumental in making the data available.
Okay, thanks.
So, Laura, what's your next step on this?
So the next step is really to try to coalesce that planning committee. And so I think sooner rather than later, we would like to know whether there is a particular ISB member who would be interested in committing to joining the planning committee. And we could figure out how to coordinate going forward. Steve, you and I could also talk offline about other aspects of coordination.
Yeah, it would be useful to get the board's feeling and yours as well as to what the most effective use of our time would be for this. I think, well, I know there's obviously an interest in the board, given the fact that we've held a panel and we had at least 3 or 4 members interested in being on that coordinating group. So probably we need to discuss a little bit more what what our role could be to be effective, you know.
So I think one thing that could be really valuable that comes to mind is helping this committee identify what's been done in the Great Lakes region, like you were just talking about, Steve, that could potentially be applicable here. And just bringing that information to light, particularly if it's something that would benefit these discussions on informing a monitoring, management, and mitigation program.
You know, just thinking out loud, maybe a thought would be, since the workshop is not for a year from now, that maybe since we had some panelists already that have come in, maybe one thought would be to, you said there's not enough science to do the forecasting or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, I know, but maybe in terms of a joint seminar, brown bag lunch, to have a couple of those sort of speakers coming from the Great Lakes and elsewhere that talk specifically maybe about forecasting and harmful algal blooms in the context of microcystis. And I also know there's an element of this in the science needs assessment review, final report that's going through about the need for harmful algal bloom forecasting, I think is the emphasis there. So maybe that's one way to approach it, to do a couple of steps to inform the larger audience about those sorts of things and some of the science related to it, so that they would have that as background to your workshop.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I think it's also helpful to be mindful that the particular drivers of harmful algal blooms at particular locations and times in the Delta might be fairly different from in the Great Lakes, mainly because, well, what is not understood right now in the Delta is whether it is nutrients or residence time, or some factors relating to the history of microbial populations that inhabited those locations in the past. You know, just because these factors interact in the Delta, there's really no smoking gun that has been attributed to any one algal bloom. So I think just the fact that residence time can be really variable in the Delta, and it is a tidal system, it is a loadic system, that could be one key difference between HABs in the Great Lakes and HABs here, that we should be aware of as we're trying to figure out what would be relevant from that system here.
Maybe that's the kind of thing we could have a discussion about, because the actual on the Great Lakes, it has to do with residence time as well. In fact, it's temperature and stability of the water column and the nutrients all need to be in the right position at the right time in order to trigger things, as well as up watershed kinds of releases of nutrients after rainfalls, things like that. Jody, your hands up.
Let me just add one more thing. I would say that Rafe Kudela has written an excellent overview of HAB's research that applies to the San Francisco Estuary for the upcoming edition of SBDS. It's been through our editorial board review process now, and we've given him the green light to submit it to SFUs. So hopefully that will be coming out soon, and I think that will be a big asset to this conversation as well.
Okay, Joe, do you have another comment? Thanks. Any other comments? Okay, Laurel, you have another topic?
I do have another topic, if you'll give me the time. This relates to conceptual models and ways in which Delta Science Program and ISB might coordinate with respect to conceptual models. And let me just stop sharing my screen. So if it is okay, Steve, for me to take a few more minutes just to bring this up.
A few more minutes.
Okay. So the Social Science Task Force, you might recall, provided a recommendation to the Delta Science Program to collaboratively develop a socio-ecological conceptual framework that's specific to the Delta and will in fact lay the foundation for justifying future investments in social science, as well as guiding logical thinking about how to integrate the social science to effectively impact the socio-ecological system. So we've recently started internal discussions on how to go about developing this conceptual model. And the preliminary objectives of the model that were discussed include using a conceptual model to develop shared understandings across the Delta science community of how human and non-human components of the Delta relate and interact. And then secondly, to use the conceptual model to identify knowledge gaps on the human dimensions of the Delta that might deserve additional research or monitoring and attention. The team involves, or the team envisions eventually engaging the Council's social science integration team and the burgeoning Bay Delta social science community of practice in an effort to develop this model in the near future. And they're interested in learning more about the ISB's specific objectives and plans for pursuing the development of a holistic conceptual model for the Delta and how these efforts might be complementary or collaborative. So in trying to wrap our hands around the development of a conceptual model for the Delta as a socio-ecological system, the team has tried to articulate specific ways in which this conceptual model might be used to help guide our thinking. And some of the examples that have come out would be a conceptual framework of restoration projects and how people relate to those projects could help inform proposed regulations in the new ecosystem amendment to the Delta Plan that requires projects to disclose social benefits. And then secondly, a conceptual framework outlining what a healthy Delta looks like could be helpful in identifying integrated human and natural system indicators that could inform potential future Delta Plan performance measure updates. So the thinking is still fairly preliminary, and I think this group would really benefit from potentially putting our collective heads together on some of these conceptual model development challenges.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions for Laurel on anything she talked about? Okay, any public comment on this, Edmond?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre. So Deirdre, please unmute and state your name and affiliation before providing your comment. Thank you.
It's Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. Regarding the HABs, there's actually a letter I've been needing to write to the State Water Resources Control Board. So the Clean Water Act has a beneficial use, Rec 1, that involves recreational activities that involve direct contact with water. And in recent years, those activities have been completely forbidden because of the toxic algal blooms. And the history is that in 1994, the Rec 1, they determined that the Rec 1 and Rec 2, which is fishing, require goals of the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan were met by meeting the salinity standards at the Delta pumping station intakes. And since those are always met, there has been no water quality control plan interventions to stop the harmful algal bloom. And I did get a chance to ask the Parks Director if they knew of any scientific basis that the salinity standards at the Delta pumping stations protected Rec 1 beneficial uses, and he didn't know of any. So I'm planning to submit that, and I think with the impending extinction of Delta smelt and potentially longfin smelt as well, this may become one of the most sensitive beneficial uses in the estuary, and it may already be the most sensitive beneficial use in the estuary in the summer months. So that may drive the need for the water board to develop some way of monitoring and forecasting. There is some research on this. There was some fairly extensive expert testimony in the water fix hearing. And there have been efforts about releasing water from reservoirs to try to break up blooms. So there is, and I will also get you, I did testify before the NRC panel in 2012 about the first emergence of harmful algal blooms in the Delta, and it was associated with low flows and high temperatures. So I'll get you that. Second, regarding the social science model, and my background's in dynamical systems and complex systems theory. And there's a really interesting model proposed by Alona M. Otto's research group in Germany. And it's, she postulated a social tipping dynamic for rapid decarbonization, but she has a really interesting model of how things need to change to move to rapid decarbonization. And there's a similar sort of model of, you know, structures at all levels, including norms and values. And I think it might be informative because it's very clear at this point that, you know, a wide range of beneficial uses in the Delta. Fish are going extinct. People can't swim for large periods of years. And we do need to find a way to change how we manage the Delta. So I'll send that paper to you as well.
Okay, thanks
I
again.
really appreciate that.
Thanks, Deidre. Any other comments or questions before we move on?
There are none.
Okay, thanks. We are about 25 minutes behind schedule, but all for very good reasons. And so we're going to move on now to the updates on current reviews, starting with the Monitoring Enterprise Review. Joe? You're on mute again, Joe.
So currently you can hear me, right?
Yes.
All right, sorry. So currently we are inching towards completing the monitoring enterprise review, which we call MER. So as we all know, it deals with whether the information collected from monitoring meets the needs of the management agencies and whether the coordination could be improved to support the implementation of adaptive management. So that's the kind of focus of the review. So ISB released a public draft, we all know that, for public comments, which was closed on November 12th. And we were expecting more than about 15 public comments, but we received about 4 public comments at that time. And then we continue to include or address those public comments. The lead authors for this report are Tanya, Hekayla, Steve Grant, Virginia Dale, and myself. In addition, as we mentioned in the last meeting, Tanya and I presented findings and recommendations of the report at the Collaborative Adaptive Management Team Camp workshop on October 26th. The aim was to help inform their efforts because they are developing a 6-agency monitoring redesign effort focused on 5 pelagic fish surveys administered by Fish and Wildlife. But the members of CAMP have expressed concern about the limited scope of their efforts. So they thought that having some kind of a connection with our review, they can learn more information about how to expand their scope. So following our presentation, Tanya, Steve, and I were informed that they would like us to participate in the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, CSAMP, policy group on December 8th. It just so happens Steve agreed to go, but it has been postponed now for a later date. At the last meeting on November 16th, the board here, the Independent Science Board, unanimously passed a motion to have lead authors to revise the draft report we submitted for public comments without changing the content and the recommendations. Thereafter, the lead authors went to work with the staff of the ISB, of the Delta Science Program, to look at the comments and revising it. And the idea was that once we do that review, the revisions, it will be formatted by the Science Board staff and transmit to the council without coming back to full Delta ISB for re-review. So that was the decision at that time and the motion. But after the meeting on November 18th, the Delta Protection Commission, DPC, submitted a public comment on the report. So we looked at that report. The major idea of that report was that we have to advocate more on greater incorporation of Delta as a place. So while we appreciate that Delta as a place is a very important aspect in the whole environmental enterprise, early in 2019, we decided that MER will focus on direct drivers of the ecosystem change rather than to narrow, so just to narrow down into that, rather than having this broad scope. So we did consider Delta as a place, but it was narrowed down to the direct drivers of the ecosystem, Delta ecosystem. But however, as a group, we decided that we will acknowledge this gap in our report, and it's been incorporated. And also we will better explain the rationale for narrowing the scope of the review to focus on direct drivers of the ecosystem change. So that will be included. We had another MER lead authors meeting last Friday on the 3rd December to further discuss the revisions and the language of the new, the revised version of the report. Specifically, perhaps you remember that we had some discussion and concerns about the way some of the questionnaire items were handled, the data were processed. But that was taken care of. We expressed how we are going to do that in the last meeting, and it has been done. But only thing is now we have to correctly express this with correct language in the report. So we had that meeting last week, and it's been worked on. And also we had debriefing by Jenica and the Science Board, Delta Science Council staff about their attendance to November 16th camp meeting. There was another camp meeting I didn't attend, but Jenica actually was there and gave us a debriefing of that. And also last week we discussed briefly how to address the public comments from that Delta Protection Commission comments. So past few days, the group has been working to develop a comprehensive diagram to depict the outcome of MER review in the executive summary, and there are a few versions kind of going back and forth. I don't know whether currently we have converged on one of them, but maybe one of the staff members can update us what the status of the revised draft report, as well as the diagram, the diagram for the executive summary. Is there anything we can tell about that? Either maybe Chelsea or Edmond can make a few comments on that.
I'm just going to say that good progress is continuing to be made, and hopefully we'll get that wrapped up soon.
All right.
But I think we're still working on the conceptual model diagram just so it's picture perfect.
All right, okay. So things are kind of coming to an end, but we had to kind of make it to perfect as possible. So that's what we are doing now, just to fine tune it. So that's my report about the MER. I don't know whether there are any other public comments on this.
There are none for this item.
All right.
Any questions from the board? Okay, the next item is a follow-up to the water supply reliability review. I think Tom's doing that.
Yep. We've been primarily planning, but the hope is for the next meeting we'll have the document itself. What we had a teleconference with Diane and she's taking on the task of addressing the conceptual model for water supply estimation. I think one of the issues is who are not familiar with the subject have troubles understanding exactly what it is, and so having Diane clean that up, since it'll be sort of new for her as well, I think will be helpful. So we've given her that task, and then Jay and I talked about what remains, which is primarily accommodating Bob's comments about environmental flows. He had some suggestions, and having a mental lapse here. The climate change issues that were raised by Dick Norgard. And so Jay and I have divided that up, and Jay will take the environmental flow editing and I'll do the climate change. And the hope would be that we'd be able to emphasize the science of climate change a little bit more. The report actually has a lot on climate change in it, and it's apparently just not organized in a way that emphasizes the science enough. So we're going to try and clean that up. And hopefully we'll be able to do this in time for, I guess it's January 3rd, Edmond. That's the deadline for having it posted for the next meeting.
We're hoping to provide the report by January 3rd to the board members, so they have time to review by the January meeting.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll have something that's close to a final document by then. And that's it. Jay, did you want to add anything to it?
No, I think that was great. It was a great summary. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any public comment on that?
I have one from Deirdre. Deirdre, you can unmute your microphone for your public comment.
I just wanted to thank the board for their work on the water supply reliability report with us going into the third year of a drought. This topic is incredibly important, and I did have a chance to participate in the water supply reliability focus group of the Delta Adapts, the Stewardship Council's Delta Adapts strategy. And I brought up some issues of, how there's a trade-off between maximizing Delta exports and which involves very aggressive operation of the reservoirs and meeting the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan requirements. And there's actually some deep technical issues with the most commonly used model for water supply reliability, the calcium model, the way the optimization function is constructed. Any need for increased outflow comes right out of meeting carryover storage targets, because that's next to last on the optimization function. And it came out in the discussion that EWR's engineer, who's now Chandra Sekhar, Chandra Chilmakuri, did not understand the technical limitations of the model in doing these kind of studies of the feasibility of meeting the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan requirements. So it's kind of stunning how the model's being used to evaluate feasibility of meeting these requirements and multiple dry years like we have without understanding the limitations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. Any questions?
I'd just make a comment that hopefully we've emphasized in the report the limitations of these models enough. I mean, that's basically what the report is about, addressing them.
There was, if I could just specify just a little bit more. So there, meeting the in-stream flow criteria is highest priority in the calcium model, and Chandra thought that that meant that meeting in-stream flows was highest priority, but it doesn't mean that carryover storage targets are met, which has to do with whether we can meet flows in the following year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our next item, which is a discussion and potential action item related to future reviews. This should be a fun discussion, and after this discussion, we will take a short break before we dive into our discussion of the science action agenda. As all of you recall, we during our retreat, we focused in on 3 possible topics for future reviews: subsistence reversal, food webs, and environmental flows. And so one of the things we want to do today is to talk about each of those topics. We've put together what we might call briefing groups to explore that topic and kind of ask some of the questions that are inherent in our prospectus. That is a motivation for a review on this topic, who the intended audience is, inputs to the review, how would you get inputs to the review, the time frame for the review, and previous reviews pertinent to the subject, and expected products and outcomes. That's what's in our prospectus. We also talked about walking through the table of criteria that we had put together in terms of exploring this topic in that context to see whether or not how it matches up to the criteria which would raise it to the level of a review. So after we have sort of brief presentations from the three groups, then we'll have an open discussion to discuss those to see whether or not we want to move those forward into perhaps a more in-depth prospectus for a January discussion, and if there's any other ideas that come up. Before we do that, I want to talk about the word prospectus. I think we discussed the last time that maybe that word is not very enticing for people to dive into these reviews and by looking at a prospectus. So I actually looked up in the dictionary what a prospectus was, and it's I'm quoting, a printed document that advertises or describes a school, commercial enterprise, forthcoming book, etc., in order to attract or inform clients, members, buyers, or investors. So in many ways, I think that's kind of what it is. The synonyms talk about plans, an announcement, a scheme, synopsis. I don't know. We said we would talk about that term. Just want you to think about that term. Is there another way we can advertise these things? Announcement is something probably would get attention, but it also sounds like it's pretty well locked in. Anyway, just think about that, because that's ultimately, I think we want to change that term, or at least better advertise what is in those prospectuses. So let's move on to the three topics, and I think Tom was going to lead the discussion on subsistence reversal.
That is correct. So Edmond, I think, is going to. Okay. What we have in mind is a 2-day workshop, and the report from the workshop would essentially be the review. And to remind you, we're basically addressing two related topics here, but they're not the same topic. One is subsidence reversal, which is controlling the water level in a wetland so that the subsidence is actually reversed, that it stops because you're no longer oxidizing the peat. And as peat dies off, as the vegetation dies off in this managed wetland, the peat accumulates. And so the land surface is actually rising in these areas. There's a limitation in the rates so that it probably doesn't work for the deeply subsided islands, but for some of the less subsided regions, that you're able to keep up with sea level rise. So it's actually a pretty important way of at least saving some of the wetlands in the delta. The second process is more applicable to the deeply subsided areas. And in these areas, what you're doing is controlling the water table so that you've pretty much arrested the subsidence by stopping the oxidation of the peat, so that crops like rice would be the agriculture of choice in those areas. And so the idea of the review is to look at the science behind both of these processes in the delta, both of which are actually already being practiced to varying degrees. And so we've put together a rather comprehensive agenda, and I don't know that it's important that we work too much with the agenda today because it's very tentative, but it begins with basically how we got to the current problem and how some of the history of the peat soils. This would be section 1, sort of a past, present, and future. That would be a very brief aspect. The second thing, and probably more important issue, is to address the stakeholder needs and incentives by having the stakeholders themselves involved in this discussion. And we've identified a few here, but the important thing is that the science would not be done in a review, would not be done in a vacuum. It would start by trying to identify what's needed to identify collateral issues. The third item here, collateral issues, you can see covers a broad range of issues because it's not just a science problem. The implications of this affect a variety of things. Ecosystems would be a big part. Flooding, levee stability, even water supply reliability through this flooding and levee stability aspect. Susan was talking about the importance of carbon sequestration. As you grow these peat soils, they sequester a lot of carbon. And then even things like recreation could be affected by it. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of collateral issues. How deeply we'll be able to get into these, I'm not sure at this point. This is what the group needs to work out. And then this would be the heart of the study, the research needs for reversal and the research needs for land stabilization. What do we need to know that we don't know now? And what do we need to improve to be able to perform these better? And then there are, of course, the policy and governance aspects. And then there are some other regions, the Everglades, the Mississippi Delta, and the Dutch have been doing this for about 1,000 years. So they have probably some relevant experience. So the idea would be to bring in a relevant that. And then I guess, let's see, it's maybe not on this draft. Is there another page there? Yeah, there we go. We tried to define research priorities at the workshop and begin to develop recommendations. So that would be basically the thing. And we'd fit this into a 2-day workshop, as I mentioned earlier. So let's see, I'll pause there and then I'm going to show the criteria thing. Does anybody have any questions on the workshop itself? The agenda? Okay. And then we ran this through the prioritization criteria, and we seemed to score pretty well. I won't go into great detail because we answered, I think, yes to all of the criteria. If you want to just slowly scroll through that, Edmond. I think you're saying we had yes on all the topics. And the other thing I might mention is that there's a rather diverse audience in the Delta that's involved with aspects of this. And then there's some expertise in many of the agencies. So we would hope to draw those people into the workshop. And we're under the impression that we can do this in a year and a half. The primary challenge is going to be to get a agenda that's reasonably well focused and identify the parties for it, and then schedule it. And hopefully the workshop will write the review for us. So that's the plan. And we've had one meeting to lay this out, but the whole group hasn't actually gotten together yet and formalized our agenda. And that's it.
Thanks, Tom. I'm thinking now that it's probably best to have, the 10-minute or so conversation immediately after the presentation. So we can discuss this topic first. I think, so anyway, board, if anyone has any questions or comments or further insights, it seems to me at first glance that this topic, that you guys done a pretty good job of getting it fairly formalized down the road. And I think that putting together what we would call a prospectus would be reasonably easy as a next step forward. This is in the sort of the way we normally do prospecti, and it seems like you've already answered the main questions in that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready to do that? Do you think you could have one ready for us as a board to look at on by January, of our January meeting?
I'm not sure we can do it that quickly, because I think the scope right now is too much for 2 days if we're to get quality results from it. So we have to identify the issues that we want to focus on, and then we could write the prospectus. And then I have the personal problem that I have to deal with the water supply reliability estimation right up. And then there's the holidays. So I think trying to get to a prospectus by our January meeting might be a little optimistic.
The thought would be maybe to have enough thought about it to discuss it in those terms in January, and then get feedback from the full board, on the scope, and don't forget the full board also might want to provide input on actual what the scope, what might some of the topics be, and have a discussion by it, so that maybe by January one could get marching orders to then put together whatever the discussion is in January, and to have enough guidance to put forward a prospectus then.
We can try. I won't promise. Let's maybe leave it at that.
We never promise or hold anyone to their promises either. So if they do, Jay.
I think this is a really good topic. As you noted, Tom, it has tendrils that connect to almost every other aspect of the Delta. Another one to add to your list is the water quality impacts on drinking water treatment and the like. Certainly the Delta is rich in disinfection byproduct precursors in many ways that have importance for public health and treatment costs all over the Delta.
Yeah, that's a good one. We'll definitely add that.
In terms of how the review might proceed, I like the idea of starting off with the workshop. Certainly that's a good way to bring a lot of expertise, diverse range of expertise together. You might find that you might want to follow a broad workshop with a couple of smaller workshops that are more focused on particular topics that the board wants to, have feature in its review. The problem with this kind of a review, just like water supply reliability, is it's so important to so many different things in so many different ways that you can just get lost in the weeds really quickly, and you sort of have to decide, okay, this is not going to be the review of everything. This is going to be a review of something. and it might take a workshop to sort of sort out what in the big picture, what are the one or two things that you want to focus on.
Yeah. Yes, scoping this out is the challenge.
And it might have to be an adaptive scope in that sense.
Yeah. Adaptive scoping.
Well, I think adaptive scoping is what I wanted to ask about. So, you know, we've had a few conversations about maybe altering how we pick topics or how we roll out the prospecti. I'm feeling that there was some talk of land of science in the science action agenda. I wonder if we need to talk to anyone, you know, a few targeted people to make sure we're complementing what's already going on.
Yeah, I guess what we'll try and do is focus on the science behind it. I mean, that people are actually doing this now, but there's still unanswered questions. I mean, very fundamental ones. For example, this new peat that we're growing is going to be consolidating. And so there's going to be some reversal associated in the wrong direction. With the reversal. So I think there's some fundamental scientific questions like that we can focus on that will complement what the groups are doing.
Any other thoughts, Tom or Joe?
Tom, do you plan to get people, because you know, I mean, we all know that the various parts of the world undergoing quite a bit of subsidence, and they have a lot of work going on at various places, including England. Do you plan to get one or two from other places to get some input on this?
Yeah, certainly the Dutch have they've probably had the most extensive experience with this problem and have been managing it for, like I said, about a millennia already. And then the Florida Everglades, the problem is fairly similar. So anyway, identifying which people who have addressed the problem and what they know will be a part of the workshop.
Yeah, that will be very useful.
Yeah, I think so.
Steve, a quick question on the prospectus idea, and kind of going back to Lisa's comment on the adaptive prospectus. I guess one thought, if we were to have some sort of conversation in January about this prospectus, like, given that we're talking about a workshop, kind of what are you envisioning in terms of the scope of a prospectus? And could we do something that's a little more streamlined, that maybe just, you know, highlights the big idea right now and recognizes that we might be doing some adaptive scoping as we learn more about the topic and as we refine kind of who can participate in the workshop and what some of our resources are going to be. So what would enable us to have a decent conversation in January, and how can we walk that line between having something that's fully fleshed out versus something that's still under development?
Yeah, the prospectus is our current way of doing the prospectus is that they are reasonably short. They're like 2, maybe 3 pages, I think, sometimes less than that. And they scope out, like I'll say, what's the motivation for the review, who the audience is, inputs, in this case, a workshop, the time frame and previous reviews and expected products and so forth. All of that is done in like 2 pages. I think the MER might have been 3 pages. It could be wrong, but that's sort of it is fairly general. And then it goes out for formal public review for 30 days where people can have an input on the concept and so forth. Now, I think in this case, there's nothing, we can go for public input at any stage and at all stages. You know, even today, putting out the response to the criteria, that document's now a public document since we displayed it here, so people can comment on that. I think in terms of, like we talked about in the HABS workshop, that if this workshop then becomes like the focus of the review, then I think at any stage we could put together the concept of the details of the workshop, and we can seek public input on that. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. If we say we're going to do review this topic because it's important. And here's what we think will be the general topical areas, but have people comment at that level, which is a fairly high level. And then as we move towards a workshop, we can have a second public comment period or more specifically on the workshop if we so choose. That's just my thought. There's a lot of ways we can do this. Jay, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just to reflect on the reason why we began this idea of a prospectus is before then we just did these reviews. You know, we didn't really announce them in a big way. We kind of let people know we were doing them, and it was up to them to get in touch with us, and there wasn't really a formal process and any even an informal particular process. And so we thought it would be a good idea to before we began a review in earnest to have a prospectus. It would force us to get our thoughts together, express them concisely about what we wanted to accomplish and what the general topic was, and to give people an opportunity to comment on it and make sure we weren't barking up the wrong tree, as well as to sort of be the public announcement. Yeah, we're going to do a review in this general area. We didn't want to make it a lot more precise, a lot more extensive than a 1 or 2 page prospectus, because you never really know where the review is going to lead you to. You know, you might lead you into some other areas, and that's where it should go. I didn't want to make it into a plan in that sense. I do have to report also, I've been doing some scholarly research on the proper plural of prospectus, and there are 2 options, one being prospectus and the preferred option being prospectuses, but apparently prospecti is not the correct plural of prospectus.
That's true. I did call it prospectuses.
I just learned that today.
Me too. To echo what Jay said is that we started these as a result of our, I think 2017, maybe it was the earlier retreat, and it was primarily for the reason to get public comment at an early stage in our process. That was the primary reason we decided to do these. And I still think that reason is valid. And you know, what level of detail we put in there, we don't want it to sound too rigidly designed and detailed enough that people will say, well, geez, it's already decided on. We seek public input, and we need to probably re-emphasize that when we put these out, that this is an opportunity for us to help mold where we go with this review, and lay it out and maybe we think about how we format it, but lay it out in a way that allows people to seek public comment, you know, or to provide public comment. There's nothing wrong, I think, in there to say we're thinking about doing A or maybe B, or we're not sure about C, and stress that we're seeking public comment on those. Okay, any more thoughts on this one before we move to the next?
I would hate to see us become over-processed in prospectuses. The prospects of our reviews would be much diminished.
Yeah, I think this one probably really would the prospectus would benefit from a public review, because there are stakeholders who are going to be impacted by this, particularly if some of it becomes policy.
There'll be a lot of interest in it because there's a lot of people that have really interesting and odd notions about subsidence and subsidence reversal.
Yeah.
I wonder if we should turn this into a social experiment in terms of providing prospectuses for different projects at different levels of detail and see which ones get the most responses.
You mean stay plural with this one?
Well, I'm just curious whether a very open-ended one would be more likely to attract different types of comments than one that says, we think our value added is on these 3 sort of intermediately detailed levels. And does that generate more response? I guess to do a good experiment, we'd actually have to have the same topic presented 3 different ways to different audiences.
Are you ready to write 3 prospectuses?
Well, but we could just do it a little more informally and just try different levels to see what gets the most response. Because apparently there has been a problem with people not really responding. So I think probably our best bet is to just make sure the people who we know can provide good input know about the prospectus and send it to them directly. Is probably a good way to go.
Yeah, and I think that's a great idea, and is to, if we, particularly since when we're going through the criteria or the prospectus, like who's the audience, and if you go through the criteria, we specifically ask to name particular agencies that might benefit from this, then we should turn around and send those to those particular agencies or stakeholders and seek their input directly. And I think we're allowed to do that. So
yeah. And I think a lot of those agencies will actually be involved in our planning. We'll bring them in. We'll invite them in at the beginning to help plan the workshop. So.
Okay, let's move on to food webs, and I'll give a brief summary of where we're at, and then Lisa can provide all the detail. And as background, food webs has been a persistent topic that keeps coming up. It came up in our 2017 retreat when we talked about review topics. Food webs was one that came up. It came up a few times when we talked to individual agencies at our panel meeting the last time. It comes up in our various reviews. Non-native species review was one in particular. It came up as a science needs assessment, our discussion there as a priority as well. So in essence, we've, when I say we, I mean mainly Jenica and Lisa and myself, created a box file to gathering all the literature. There is quite a bit of literature on food webs and so forth, as well as our, we held a panel on this topic, and they're actually, Mavis's notebooks really did a really good summary of that panel discussion with diagrams and figures. It's really clearly written, and I suggest if you haven't seen her summary of that, go and look at that, because that's a really quick way to get the meat out of the panelists we had, which I think was Ted Summers and Wim Kimmerer, and I don't recall if there were others at this time, but so it's a top issue, and so we went through and filled out the criteria, and found that yes, it meets all the criteria very well, and there's quite a bit of detail in there. But I'm going to divert a little bit from some of our discussion. Food webs, in my view, is a huge topic again, and anyone who does a diet study thinks they're doing work on food webs. And oftentimes you look at pairwise connection, and food webs themselves is a huge topic. So I'm thinking we need to focus the topic down. And one way to focus it is talk specifically about food web models, and which is quite different than looking at quite narrower topic. And I also think it has far more applicability. If you talk about, and maybe if you go down to item 4, the second part of item 4, yeah, and maybe since food webs really apply to everything, maybe looking at food webs in the context of how they might be applicable to a management question. One question could be flows. Again, looking at flows and impact on food webs, a modeling effort to do that, a modeling effort to look at how invasive species a food web model that could be valuable for assessing impact of invasive species, or a food web model that could look at the impact of a change in drivers, such as climate. And those are the three that came to my mind: invasive impact, climate impact, and flow impacts. And look at food web models that might be valuable for addressing those questions. Could all be the same model. They might be different types of models. And I think that maybe that would be kind of a focus for us. We also talked about doing a workshop on this. And I'm going to say doing a workshop on something like that, and we've talked about some people we could bring in that do this kind of food web modeling. There's a lot of work on food webs. I'm not so sure there's much on food web modeling that goes multi-species. That's different than a life history model or a production model of an individual species that includes their diet. This is a food web in the sense of what a food web is. So anyway, we've gone through all the criteria, and talked about doing a workshop, scope it out to be 1 to 1.5 years as well. And I think that sort of covers it. We identified a number of different agencies. Lisa, do you have things to add or contradict?
No, I think you did a good job, Steve. I mean, I think in talking to the experts like you, I've been just trying to assess how do we connect this to management. And what I'm really hearing is that the models we have for food web analysis, and of course, we don't have enough data to even parameterize some of the models we have, that they may not be as responsive to things like climate change as we'd like them to be. And so I think it's good to have this discussion of how do we take the tools that we have and figure out how to use them to answer the questions that management has.
Yeah, there are tools available, in food web tools available, that do answer and can answer management questions. I think of the Gulf of Mexico, where there's a model called Ecosystem Ecospace, which can be used to address changes in nutrient loadings and changes in hydrodynamic conditions from year to year to look at how it impacts fish or contaminant flows. And I think that, so those models exist and they're being used in certain areas. I'm not so sure those types of models have really been applied here, but that would be a question that could be asked in a workshop environment. Jenica, anything else that we missed? Okay,
I think you covered it well, Steve. Thanks.
Bob?
So Steve, I'd like to second your idea of focusing down on some aspect of food webs. I think that's vitally important, especially these days. And the reason I say that is about 10 years ago, I led an evaluation of Columbia River food webs for the Independent Science Board, the Northwest Power Planning and Conservation Council. And it was a thick report, and we were very comprehensive in looking at it in every aspect of food webs, from the headwaters through the estuary, and even into the nearshore zone in the ocean in the Columbia River plume. And in the report, we made a number of very specific recommendations to the council that oversaw the restoration program in the Columbia Basin. And I was, I guess, very disheartened to learn that the board did not know what to do with our report, even though we had made probably a dozen very specific things that they could act upon. They chose to ignore them. And when I asked about this, the legal counsel for the council for the Columbia program said that it was just too much for them, that they couldn't decide on which of the recommendations was most important. They didn't know what the costs would be. They didn't have a good understanding of what the implications were, and so on and so forth. And even though we ended up summarizing that report, and it was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, and got a lot of great reviews and acceptance within the academic community, it was never accepted or used by the council that oversaw the Columbia program. And so that's why I think your suggestion of really focusing down tight about what the sideboards are on a food web report is going to be vitally important, because in the end, I think you have to come up with things, with recommendations that are going to resonate with the council or whoever the decision makers might be. And I think those recommendations have to also include how to actually implement the recommendations, what the cost might be, and what the timeline might be. And I think if that's done, then at least some of the recommendations will have a chance of being accepted and acted upon.
Thanks, Bob. Jay?
Bob's comment is really excellent. I think maybe that's another sort of role for our prospectuses is to begin a conversation even before the review has begun in depth with some of the agencies about, we're going to do this review. How can we best prepare you to take the best advantage of it to advance the scientific activities that the agencies are doing and incorporate results? Basically, it's very common in many reviews, institutional reviews, for the reviewer to ask the reviewee, what could we say that would be helpful to you? And I think our reviews have that kind of very useful potential as well.
And I think to add to that, putting on asking specific question, talking about models that can answer specific questions that have a management implication, like what is the impact on species X, Y, and Z from a new invader, and that can be addressed through a food web, quantitative food web model, or through climate change, or to even flows, I think. Virginia.
Well, you just said what I was going to say.
Sorry.
Not presented as a review of models, but presented of a review of questions that can be addressed by these models. I think that's really important.
And maybe just thinking out loud again, if we did that in a way, and going back to the prospectus, that one could say these are questions we think could be, that require a food web model in order to answer, and then ask if there are others. Make it clear that we're seeking other more direct applications.
If there's time for one more comment, Steve, I would just say, I'm curious how much overlap there is with the environmental flows group. So perhaps we should have that conversation after the environmental flows presentation.
Yeah, I think it was you that mentioned that this particular topic does have connections to many other topics. Restoration is another one. Whole restoration effort in some respects is food web dependent, and as well as almost all the reviews, anything to do with adaptive management, even water quality itself. So, okay, first Jay, then Bob.
This is something you'll notice that I'm harping on these days is not only is food webs and these kind of efforts important for answering particular questions, but it's also really important for us to develop better questions to ask. And I think that in the long run is far more important than asking our benign little questions that we have from day to day.
Bob?
I would agree with Jay, and I think as well, whatever is done with food webs has to somehow work within the framework of desired future conditions for the Delta. How the information from that report would be used to help attain, whatever future vision that exists collectively, for what the Delta might be. So we can spend a lot of time, modeling food webs or aspects of them. But again, it comes back to, are the results useful for management? But more importantly, are they useful for helping us attain the kind of Delta that I believe most people would like to see, going forward? And if it can do that, then I think it would probably, it would get some traction. Knowing those desired future conditions and how the food webs, play into that, I think would be vitally important.
Okay, any other thoughts on this topic? This briefing group would be happy to have another volunteer or two to join us. Right now we are two. I don't see a lot of hands going up, but so Diane's one, obviously, she's not here. But I would, as you think about this and maybe have a little bit of look at the criteria answers we put together, maybe a fruitful thing to do if you just have any thoughts about the types of questions we're talking about and what might be a useful use of a food web model to answer this specific question, or you absolutely need it to answer this question, and just brainstorm some of those ideas. That would be helpful for us to consider, and in terms of trying to answer some of these prospectus questions. And frankly, also, if you have the names of folks you really know are doing some interesting things on this, or references. We've begun to gather references and people, but I think that any thoughts you may have along those lines would also be valuable. Okay, we'll move on to the third topic, which is environmental flows. Bob, were you going to handle this, or did you want to start off?
No, I didn't think I was going to handle it. I'm just one of the worker bees. So I thought Lauren was going to handle this one. Or
I don't know. In my version of things, I have your name first, so.
I think I got a different memo because I've got your name first here.
Your name was penciled in, but I mean, it's still first. What I would, I'll just start off a little bit. And I think when we first started this topic, well, what's come to surface now is there's really a lot of work being done on this, a lot of work that has been done on environmental flows, both in the Delta and of course elsewhere. And there are some, so one of the things that's been done is to, mainly through Bob and some of the staff, is to gather some of the I guess regulations and so forth that talk about unimpaired flow, that talks about natural flows, things like that, which might be called environmental flows, and gathering that and some of the requirements out there. Also, a lot of the literature. There's a lot of more literature being out there, and thanks to Bob, we now have in our box a list of some of that literature, a number of references that are out there. I think we're still talking about what the next steps might be in environmental flows. From my own point of view, there's a lot of terms out there. There's unimpaired flows, there's natural flows, there's environmental flows, and I'm not sure how they all differ. I don't personally equate natural flows to environmental flows. I think they're different things, but anyway, so one of the steps forward, and this is for discussion in future meetings, in our January meeting, as a heads up, we heard what we talked about last time. A lot of the folks on the board want to hear some more basic information of how the Delta operates, what the flows are, what the regulations are, what some of the constraints are. So in January, we're having a half a day panel discussions on water flows, water flow regulation, constraints, key issues. And as part of that, we have someone that we're going to be inviting who will talk specifically about the environmental flows from the water, I guess it's the Water Resources Board, is that right, Jay? Water Resources Board, that talk about some of their things that they have in terms of their putting together some natural flows and stuff like that. So that will be, I think, a good introduction and first step on that topic. And I didn't mention that in the food web thing, if I can go back, in January, we're proposing a half day's panels on water. And in February, we're proposing a half day panels on fish, again, to get the board oriented to the sort of the higher level things, endangered species and so forth. And as part of that series in February, we're going to invite somebody in who will talk specifically about our knowledge of food webs and food web models in the Delta. So those will be sort of also introductory expert discussions on that relative to the Delta, and those two topics. So what did I miss, Bob or Joe? I think is on this group. Bob?
Well, there's one issue I wanted to bring up. Thanks to Edmond, he sent along information on kind of past activities of the ISB, concerning e-flows and other kinds of measurements of e-flows and so forth. But one of the things he sent along that was very, very intriguing to me was that there's already exists a group at UC Davis, I think it's headquarters at UC Davis, called California Environmental Flows Framework. And it seems to embody quite a number of agencies and organizations. And from reading their webpage and looking into it just a little bit, they seem to have the top expertise in California, located right near Sacramento. And I don't know enough about them. I know some of the individuals, but I don't know enough about them as a group to know if we would be competing against them or whether there's a chance to join with them in some way or a way to actually support what they're doing already. In fact, they may be doing the kinds of things that we're starting to think about. So I think we need to explore that quite a bit more, to really understand what's going on within that group.
You might have some ideas about it.
I see both Lauren and Jay have their hands up relative to this, I think. Lauren, you want to go first?
I could. I have a feeling maybe Jay should go first because he may
Okay.
be familiar with that group, but I have a recommendation regarding it after Jay.
Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, this group substantially has its origins at UC Davis, but there's several people in there. Sarah Yarnell from within the Watershed Center at UC Davis, where I'm co-director, is one of the leaders. Eric Stein from SWIRP down in Southern California, and some people, several other people from NGOs and Berkeley and other places in Davis even. So it's a really good group. They've produced a lot of things. They have some official recognition through the state water quality data, something like that, monitoring council. They've gotten a lot of recognition from the state water board. So I think inviting someone from that group, probably Eric Stein or Sarah Yarnell or one of those folks would be good. They get along pretty well for the most part, and they'll give you a pretty good overview. Eric Stein is probably the best connected to do this.
Yeah, it seems to me as I think about this, the water board, of course, can tell us what their regulations are and what their intent is and so forth. And then maybe this group can tell us something about the state of the science relative to the topic and what can be done in the Delta.
Essentially, this group has got most of the ambitious environmental flow scientists in the state that are younger involved, and it's good that they're younger because it takes a long time to get these things implemented. So they've made a lot of good progress in a few years. So I think they'd be very good to hear from in terms of the science and how they're thinking about the scientific recommendations on these matters.
Lauren?
Yeah, that was just going to be my same recommendation, is to bring someone in from that group. We've heard from them before, and I kind of thought you all had a while ago, maybe. But yeah, definitely, it's just a matter of which one of them. I think they have several individuals. The four that are already on our list, I think any of them would be good presenters, and they're publishing this.
Oh yeah.
So they have publications on this. It's not just policy related documents. So, and I would encourage you to have them come in to help you scope the review in terms of what is still needed, because they are doing a lot of work on it.
Bob?
Just to quickly follow up on what Lauren said and Jay said, initially I contacted some of my colleagues in Australia, the Netherlands, and other places who have worked on environmental flows for their entire careers. And I told them why I was contacting them. And they all had great respect for this group. They gave me the names a long time ago. They put me in contact with them. We've exchanged a few emails and so forth. But the fact that the real leaders in the environmental flow movement from around the world knew this group and knew that they were doing really fine work. So anyway, it speaks very highly of them, and I hope we do invite them in very early, to be involved in some significant way.
I'm sure they would be enthusiastic to do that.
So given that kind of level of activity, where do you see the role of the board in terms of a science review? What would they be reviewing?
Well, the approach that they're developing is not the only way that you can do environmental flows. And I think they would be able to tell you some thoughts along those lines. There's also the issues, I think, of how do you move from the sort of scientific development of environmental flows to the implementation of those flows in a world where you have several competing environmental flow issues and other competing water uses and habitat management issues. And how do you develop the science around those trade-offs, I think is also important, but it's not something that group in particular is interested in or has dwelt on particularly.
I think Jay's comment is right on about that. It's really about, the big issue in environmental flows at the moment, big discussion issue is to how to close the loop. How do you relate this to environmental responses to changes in flows? And everybody that I know is really struggling with that around the world. And there are successes, small successes here and there. But I think this is something where you've got a group with a great amount of expertise and respect right at UC Davis or in the immediate area, is to somehow bring them in and make them part of the discussion. Now, I don't know what we would do that would be different or complementary to what they're already doing. But I think before we get too far, we would want to have probably a sit-down conversation with them and see if we even have a role to play right now. And then if we do have a role to play, get them to help us define what that role might be.
Great idea, Lisa.
And if we can help them in some way, from the sidelines and, that they've got the intellectual leadership and so on, find a way that we can help them.
Yeah, I was going to double down on this topic. A topic that might be useful to think about from an economics perspective is we always think about risk-adjusted benefits. And what I've seen in the environmental flow work is that there isn't good understanding of, how risky it is if you can't keep to your flow plan, for example. Like, does everything die? Does it, or how much give does the plan have? Like, so economists use this concept of risk-adjusted benefits of, what's the probability you're going to stick to the plan and you get these benefits? What's the probability you can't stick to the plan in these ways and you get these benefits? And that's the kind of thing that can help manage trade-offs. So just based very quickly on what Jay said about that group, I could imagine that might be a complementary activity. And not that we have all the science we need, it would be more about the science agenda to fulfill that need.
So what would be the best way forward on this then?
Well, like I said, I'd just make a suggestion that, someone within the ISB, should make formal contact with them and just tell them in a very general sense what we're thinking about, and not try to be too prescriptive, but perhaps suggest, we would like just to sit down discussion with them to explore some ideas further about how we could be helpful to them or vice versa. And just open that door for conversation and see where it takes us.
I meet with those people, individuals in that group, often more than once a week. But I think for the purposes of the board, someone else should contact them and say, we're interested in talking with you about giving a presentation to the board.
Would it be worth having this group, this briefing group that we have, sit down with before we have the seminar? I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be worth it, but sit down with them over a call like this, a couple members, and just sort of brainstorm and see what, hopefully they know enough about us that we could just sort of brainstorm and sift some ideas and then think about if it's worth having a presentation, if it's worth doing some more exploration or something. Okay, so it seems like we have about 3 or 4 names, and maybe there's a couple of those folks that we could get in touch with and see if they're willing to sit down with us and chat. Lauren, did you still have your hand up?
Yeah, it was already covered. You came to the suggestion I was going to have. So I think that's a good plan.
So Jay is going to get us some names to start with.
You've got them already.
We have the names.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just to circle back to
on their website.
Sorry. Just to circle back to my earlier question, though, I wonder if we might want to consider combining environmental flows and the food web work. If the key issues are, is there enough water to support a diverse food web, then maybe it's one review.
I definitely think that that's one of the questions we should talk to them about in terms of when we're sitting down in this small group, and ask them about the food web issue and whether that turns into the focus of a combined review, environmental flows and food webs or something like that, which is very possible, or whether we keep them separate with some overlap.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is what else is controllable that affects food webs? There's fishing rates, but fishing take, but.
Well, controllable is one story, but it doesn't need to be controllable. It could be predictive climate change, theoretically. Invasive species, what's going to, we spelled that out. It could also be nutrient loading, some sort of nutrient loading issues that impact food webs that are theoretically controllable, and contaminant levels as well, least predictable. But flows might be the one that might raise to the surface as where the most interest is. I think that would be a question to ask that group, is when they're talking about environmental flows, what's the endpoint they're trying to evaluate? A particular species abundance or I don't really know. Productivity of zooplankton, I don't know what their endpoints are. Let's see, I saw Susan and then Karen.
Lauren too.
I mean, I meant Lauren, yes.
Hi, your discussion has me remembering that when I worked at the Nature Conservancy, a number of us, including Andy Warner, who is no longer with the Nature Conservancy, but we worked with the Army Corps of Engineers, their hydraulic engineering center in UC Davis. And they, Andy and the Corps, the Hydraulic Engineering Center, did some work on environmental flows. And if it might be useful or helpful for you to look at some case studies of where the Corps and others actually persuaded folks to have certain environmental flow objectives for certain rivers and streams, that the Hydraulic Engineering Center might be another useful contact person, organization to speak with.
Great idea.
Along that line, just to interject, John Hickey at HEC might be the best person.
Okay, Lauren.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple things. One, and I know that Susan is very familiar with this, but the Nature Conservancy has worked on, they're called EFTs, environmental flow tool models. And there's one for the Delta and there's one for the Sacramento River. And we've had over the years many presentations on those, but you all may not be aware of those. I think that's something you should consider. And the other thing is, in terms of Lisa's comment about connecting to the food web, I think absolutely you should ask the UC Davis group about that. And I did want to point out that Julie Zimmerman is in that group and she's with the Nature Conservancy. Sarah Yarnell, Eric Stein, and I think Ted Grantham are the four names that we already have. That Bob had already found those names, and it just happens that those four are part of this environmental flows framework group at UC Davis. But in addition, I think you're going to want to hear from some other people. I mean, one of the interesting things that's being done right now is there are some active adaptive management experiments being done to with the explicit goal of supplementing the food web through flow management. There's one in Sassoon Marsh, or how flow is regulated through Sassoon Marsh. And then there's one where they're trying to get flows to go down certain channels in the YOLO bypass to increase residence time, and then ideally provide that supplemental food down into the Delta. So I don't know if the UC Davis Environmental Flows Group is thinking about that, but I know a lot of people within CAMPT are, and IEP. So just to suggest, I think there's a broader group of people that you'll want to hear from, but there of course are connections between flows and food web.
Yeah, and that's what I would like to explore, because when I see those, I see supplementing, production capability of the lower trophic levels by enhanced nutrients, and but that's not a food web in my view, and or a food web model. It's they're different things. So I think that would be really good to clarify those kind of things. The food web models determine where those nutrients go, to which critters they go, and not just that there's more or less, So any other thoughts on this? I think we have a pretty good way forward. All right, we'll try and set up that discussion, I guess, and then report it out perhaps at our January meeting. And another person is welcome to join this group if they want. We have three in this briefing group as well. So let Edmond know if you're interested. And Diane, of course, is being signed up for this one as well. I'm joking. Any other thoughts? Now, the last part of this discussion today was to think about, in general, are we on the right track, or are we? Do we want to consider other options at this stage, or are there any burning reviews that people feel that were left off the table, or do we want to take any other steps forward, or are we happy with pursuing these, remembering that we're going to have water talks and fish talks in the next 2 board meetings, which might generate other ideas? Bob.
I guess, Steve, I've been thinking about this since our last meeting, in terms of the process of how we chose, to chose these reviews as topics. And it seemed rather abrupt to me because I think, we were put into 3 groups of 2 to 3 people each. We were asked to brainstorm for an hour or so for some ideas. And in my case, I was just truly brainstorming. But as we began to talk within our subgroup, all of a sudden, I realized that, wow, any of the topics that our subgroup came up with, if we had a little more time and put a little more thought into it, they might really blossom into something bigger, or something that would actually stick and, be a topic that the ISB could look at in some detail, either in the near term or down the road and so forth. And so anyway, I guess what my concern was, is it seemed rather abrupt that we came up with these 3 topics so quickly, when I don't think we really had time, or at least I felt I didn't have time to reflect on all the others, to kind of to feel how important that they might be. So I guess I would make a suggestion, and that would be that, perhaps put that the list of potential topics out there again, so that we can all, reflect on the entire list a little bit more. And if we feel so moved, we could write a paragraph or 2 to flesh out a justification of why we think any one of our topics, might be important enough to be reconsidered as a topic for some sort of a near-term activity by the board. And I know in my mind, the idea of actually having a conceptual model of the Delta, looms larger and larger in my mind as we go forward. Having that in place would, I think, personally help me a lot in terms of developing a better understanding of where the Delta is going. So anyway, I just throw that out, is that perhaps it's worthwhile to come back and, put a little more thought into the topics that were proposed, and then just revisit it for a few minutes, either at the next meeting or the meeting in February.
That sounds great. I think we'll ask Edmond to put those all together again and send them out to folks. If anyone feels particularly interested in another topic and wants to, now that we have criteria kind of sorted out, think about that, and we'll set aside some significant time in our January or February meeting to pursue these. And I still feel that we haven't, we're still a little wishy-washy on the food web specifics, and the environmental flows, and whether or not they evolve into separate reviews is still evolving. But I think that's a great idea. So we'll send those out, ask for comments or other ideas if people have any. You think it's worth having another type of brainstorming, small group? I know I had a lot of positive feedbacks on those small group discussions.
Well, I don't know about anyone else, but now that I've read the science action agenda, my thoughts have changed a little bit. So I wonder if maybe as part of the science action agenda, we could think about that if some topics are floating to the top. I mean, there's just so many science needs and limited resources, and to keep recommending more research is probably not all that welcome. So I think the real question is, are we helping them, manage better? And that's one of the reasons why I suggested that topic of dealing with uncertainty, because I think, especially now that we have non-stationarity in so many environmental processes, that's becoming more and more prevalent. How do I make a decision given the high uncertainty I have? I think maybe we should be looking for more cross-cutting topics. It's just a suggestion. And obviously we don't have time for the whole discussion now. We desperately need a break. But I feel that it would be worthwhile to have just maybe a little bit of a fresh conversation, is I think what I'm trying to say in a really long-winded way.
Sounds good. And we'll look at you and I and Jay look at the schedule for January and see if we can slot it in there or February, in our February meeting. We might have time in even for small groups in January, because we're doing a full 2 days kind of operation in January. And I did want to just state that 2 of those topics, assistance reversal and food webs, has been on the cards for at least 2 years. And I know we discussed them, but we came up with that idea actually in 2017. I think subsistence been on the list that's circulated to the public at least probably or pushing 2 years now. So they were resurfaced in our small group discussions. But anyway, so that's a good idea. We want to be thorough about this, and we'll set it up for January or February, depending on the schedules. Any other thoughts on the future? Okay. Right now, we're scheduled for a break. We have 30-minute break, but we're about 20 minutes or so behind. How much is 15 minutes enough? Okay, everyone's nodding their heads. So let's go for a 15-minute break, and let's say reconvene here at 12:50.
Yeah, Steve, we actually do have a public comment for this agenda item.
Sorry, I forgot. Go ahead.
Okay. Deirdre, if you still have a public comment, your microphone is unmuted before we go on break.
Okay, just a sec. I've got to pull up my notes. There's a controversy around ecosystem flows, and I think this is one area where independent ISB review could actually be very helpful. Julie Zimmerman and the NGO scientists working with the environmental club group wrote an op-ed which was published in Maven's notebook. And I can't tell if this was included in the literature summary that was provided to the ISB members, because the summary isn't part of the published materials for this meeting. The literature summary I gave to you is part of that, and I think that's appropriate. I did want to remind the board that as a standing board of the state of California, you're subject to the Bagley-Keene Act, and it requires that when writings, which are public records, are distributed to all or a majority of all of the members of a board or committee for discussion or consideration at a public meeting, the writings must be made available for public inspection. Generally, the records must be made available for inspection at the time of distribution to agency members. I encourage you to consciously implement this requirement. There's also new requirements of SB 821, which were fought for very hard. Recall that it states, notwithstanding being appointed and administered by the council, members of the Delta Independent Science Board shall exercise their scientific judgment and perform the functions set forth in this section independently from the council. So I would encourage you to maintain some formal openness, and this helps maintain the independence of the board's formal statutorily mandated oversight role. And so, I think it would help to publish the briefing materials that are being distributed to the board. One can look at them for, what's included, what isn't included, and they'll be part of the meeting record. Regarding the proposal for working with the Delta Science Program Social Task Force, I think it's a great proposal. But again, I wanted to encourage the board to think about the statutory mandate to provide independent review and oversight. And so maybe that means more formality in these discussions. Perhaps there should be briefing by the Social Science Task Force or a joint meeting where you can have a discussion. But you're not just another part of the Delta Science Program. You're actually a whole separate independent board, and that's by design. And if you look at the history of science in the Delta, there's a very good reason for that, which you may not be fully aware of. Thank you.
Thanks, Deidre, for those reminders. I do think that we cherish and continually exert the name independence in our status, and we truly believe that. In terms of getting materials out, I do think we do get all the materials out in time. I'm not sure what you're talking about. The things we displayed on the screen were the first time most of the board members have seen it. So they become public documents at that time. And so the only person that saw, for example, the food web document there were Lisa and I, prior to all the rest of the board seeing it today. And I don't even think they've gotten copies of it yet, but it became public document today, and it would be available to folks. So we're releasing it the minute the rest of the board sees these documents.
I don't know. I couldn't find, and I do review carefully the materials before the meeting, but I was really scratching my head and going, what summary of the food web literature? And, it would be really helpful to have that provided for people who want to follow what the board is doing.
Yeah, the document on the food web model, for example, was a table that we filled out to talk about how that proposal fits our criteria for doing reviews. And I literally, Lisa had worked on that with Jenica, and I worked on it literally this morning and sent it to Edmond and said, let's make this public and let's put it up on the board for people to see, in an effort to be more open and transparent, rather than just talking about it verbally. But Lisa and I were the only two people that saw that document prior to you seeing it and everyone else seeing it. So we apologize we're kind of caught in a situation if, we want to get things out as in an effort to be more transparent, to get out draft documents. Oftentimes those draft documents aren't ready until till the day of the board meeting, and then they go to the board members the same time they go to public, and they're draft. I think the thing that's going out now will actually have track to change edits in it. So it's designed to be in draft form so people can have a look at it as soon as it's ready to go.
There is an exception for draft, so I'll send you this section.
Yeah, and I think my view is I don't mind drafts going out. In fact, I think in an effort to get as much comment as we can, we say it's a draft and the draft goes out. And I think that is provides more opportunity for people to comment on it, at an earlier stage. So as long as they recognize they might see track changes and misspellings, and it's a draft. So okay, it's let's if we meet at 1 o'clock Pacific time, that'll be 18 minutes. How's that? All right, we'll take a break till 1 o'clock. When you return, please turn your camera on so we know you're here. agenda is a discussion and potential action item on the our review of the Delta Science Action Agenda. And as background, on November 19th, the Delta Science Program submitted a request for us to review the draft Science Action Agenda. And the purpose of today is to discuss the draft Science Action Agenda and talk about our possible content of what we would have in the review. And as we have reviewed the Science Action Agenda in the past, the last one that was done. And you should have a copy of the questions specifically asked by the science program. We also had some other ideas we ought to consider. And we'll have a presentation first and then a discussion, and then we move forward to figure out how we want to move forward in our review and talk about some of the basic things we might want to have in the content of that review. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at our review from the last year. One of the things, and maybe I'll just prelude the presentation by this, is sort of the review is under formal public comment period now, so there's opportunities to change it before, I believe it's sometime in January, after our January meeting, when the final public comments are due. So when we think about what we might provide as comments, there's those comments that would be relevant to the review so they can make changes before the final goes out. There's also those comments that probably go beyond that, like we have in the last time, like how you did the review and so forth, things that can't change but might be valuable for consideration in the future. So without that, without any further ado, Rachel, are you going to lead off and give us a brief presentation on Science Action Agenda?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Steve. I'm going to quickly share my screen, and you all should be able to see PowerPoint presentation now. If you can see my notes, let me know. If not, I will proceed. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for your time. My name is Rachel Klopfenstein. I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit in the Science Program. And also on the line today is Henry DeBay, the Environmental Program Manager for the CSPR unit. We're here to talk to you on behalf of a larger team that worked on the Science Action Agenda to talk about the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And the last time that we were here, we had an opportunity to present to you all in March of this year. And so we're excited to be back and present you with an overview of the completed first draft. And I'll briefly first highlight the purpose of the Science Action Agenda and how it serves both the science program and the broader Delta science community. So the Science Action Agenda, and I apologize, some of this is refresher, it's a collaboratively developed agenda that prioritizes and aligns science actions to address needs in the Delta. And it focuses on clearly identifying knowledge gaps that must be filled to advance management and the associated science actions that will help to fill those gaps. And one goal of the Science Action Agenda is to highlight questions that reflect the priorities of interagency groups. So for example, the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team, thereby benefiting multiple institutions' mandates and priorities. And it's updated on a fairly short timescale to allow for a refocus on priorities and emerging or pressing concerns. And while the Delta Science Program facilitates this process, the Science Action Agenda is co-produced with stakeholder input, promoting transparency and collaboration. Because the Science Action Agenda is a distillation of input from scientists, managers, and stakeholders across the Delta Science Program and other entities use it to guide science funding. So in fact, the 2017 to 2021 Science Action Agenda was used by the Science Program, as well as the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the state water contractors to allocate over $35 million for competitive research projects and graduate student fellowships over its course of about 5 years. And while these funding opportunities are primarily led by the Science Program, we are always looking to form partnerships and continue those we've already made. In addition to funding calls, there are a variety of uses. So for example, a scientist in the system can use the Science Action Agenda to see what science activities could be funded or what actions are of shared interest in the community. In viewing the science action agenda, a manager can quickly see what priorities are shared with other agencies. The process of crafting the science action agenda was lengthy, but this was intentional as we wanted to co-produce the science action agenda with the Delta science community. And for this year, we also added a fairly robust review of the last science action agenda. We started the scoping of the update in late 2019 and early 2020, hosted 2 large workshops, one for management questions, one for science actions, initiated multiple review periods, including the one now, as shown on the timeline, when we're nearing the end, and anticipate releasing the final draft by about spring of 2022. And although I'm sure nobody has forgotten, this entire update process, for the most part, which largely depended on external input, did occur during COVID. So we made adjustments and tested new ways to collaborate as needed, and did our best to make this an inclusive process during tough times. Now, before we dive into the process and kind of the meat of the science action agenda, I want to clarify exactly what we mean by science action. For the purposes of the science action agenda, we define a science action as a scientific activity that's undertaken to generate information or create tools that advance the utility of knowledge to address physical, natural, and social economic challenges of the Delta. And examples of this could be research, monitoring, modeling, and more. So there are really 2 categories for activities, those that generate new information and those that enhance how we use information. For example, a science action for the first could be new foundational research on the human communities in the Delta, an area where much progress and new data and knowledge is needed. An example for the second is a science action that promotes model integration and data accessibility and sharing. And as I said before, we also look back at the previous science action agenda to inform the new one. Now, the 2022 to 2026 science action agenda is the second full iteration of the SAA. There were 2 similar efforts in the past before the last one, and all of these previous efforts provide an opportunity to learn what worked and where we can make improvements. What's different for the 2022 iteration is, first, in our planning stage, we changed the structure a bit by adding management questions as a recommendation from the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or DPIC, their 2019 Science Funding and Governance Initiative. And the goal here was to better link science actions to the broader management needs. This update also involved many more stakeholders and interest than the previous iteration, which was in response to calls for more co-production. And there are many opportunities for engagement, including multiple online surveys and public workshops, which I'll discuss next. And this does take more time. The 2022 to 2026 SAA was also informed by the funded research from the previous funding solicitations in our progress summary, which was an assessment and tracking of progress made on the 2017 to 2021 science actions. And we'll continue to adapt the science action agenda update process as outlined here in our cycle, adaptive management cycle, and we do welcome input. So many voices weighed in on the approach to developing the 2022 to 2026 science action agenda. Extensive outreach throughout the development process included over 150 individual survey responses across multiple surveys, over 130 workshop participants with some ISB members across 2 workshops, and the breakdown of the affiliations, which was quite wide ranging and varied for some of the steps, is shown here on the table. In fact, also the science action agenda is called out in Governor Newsom's 2020 water resilience portfolio as a potential statewide model for prioritizing science related to water supply, water quality, and flood risk. In planning for the new science action agenda, we also took into account comments from the Delta ISB on the previous science action agenda and the 2019 Delta Science Plan, which in particular called for more forward-looking and long-ranging view of science. The formation of the science needs assessment created the need to distinguish between the science action agenda and the science needs assessment, which some of that largely fell on the timeline for each of these documents. But it is important to note that while the science action agenda prioritizes science actions to be initiated and funded in the near term, it doesn't exclude activities that are contributing to future or more long-term science and management needs. And you'll also see throughout the report many references in the draft report to recent Delta ISB reviews and how those recommendations contributed to the science action agenda. We hope overall that the transparent and robust process used to produce this iteration yields greater support for the 2022 to 2026 science action agenda. Also, in late 2020, we scoped how to assess progress on the 2017 to 2021 science action agenda to inform the new iteration. The Delta Science Program drafted an initial summary in early 2021 with targeted input from relevant entities and program leads throughout the Delta. I think we had about 10 or so targeted contributors, for example, from the Interagency Ecological Program. We then synthesized the feedback to generate a draft summary, which was circulated for public review in late spring 2021. Over 30 comments were received via an online survey. And the final progress summary, after incorporating feedback, is now available online. And it's also discussed in the draft science action agenda. So I won't go into too much detail. But I do want to explain how that progress summary informed the new science action agenda. Because a key question in all this was, how do we measure progress? And so that we had to kind of create a process and a rubric, if you will. So for that process, we first compiled relevant activities that contributed to one or more of the science actions during its time frame. We considered how it was contributing to the science action and the status of that activity. For example, is it complete, just initiated, or in progress? Then considered all of the contributing activities to determine the status of a single science action, of which there were 25 in the last science action agenda. And then we also created 4 progress categories: early, moderate, significant, and significant with management impact. We didn't see any with management impact, but we did for all the other categories. And we, as outlined in the summary, these categories, these 4 different progress statuses, are based on the number and the nature of the contributing science actions. And there's an example that we previously shared with ISB of kind of how we, for example, gathered information related to an activity. As mentioned before, we provided opportunities for feedback and used the information to inform the new science action agenda. For example, existing gaps or what wasn't addressed for science action was summarized and provided to workshop participants at our July 2021 Science Actions Workshop. Some science actions from the last iteration can be seen in this new one. So for example, we have this science action from the last one. It's one of the additional ones that's about implementing studies to understand social economic adaptations to climate change. And based on our progress summary for that science action, it only had early progress with few activities contributing. Specifically, the progress summary found that few studies overall were informing adaptation strategies, particularly regarding human behavior. And it turns out that the remaining gap aligned with priorities identified in the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda. So now we see a similar or related science action in the new iteration about identifying how human communities are adapting to climate change, with a specific emphasis on how behaviors change with adaptation. So now I'll briefly highlight where we're at with the 2022 to 2026 priorities. And I'll just mention that as a result of a lot of engagement in the process, we had a big task of distilling down priorities over or almost 1,300 management questions and almost 200 science actions, to be specific. So one might ask, how'd you go about aggregating and prioritizing management questions and science actions? And this is all detailed in the draft, but we used an iterative process of incorporating participant feedback and input from the Delta Science Program and used publicly vetted criteria. So for example, we use these prioritization criteria to sort science actions that resulted from the science action workshop. These include scientific relevance, impact, timeliness, collaboration and change, and risk or opportunity cost. Feedback on the draft criteria emphasized great importance for scientific relevance, impact, and opportunity cost. As a result, these 3 criteria held the highest weight in scoring the science actions. And in addition to the criteria, we incorporated input from the Delta Science Program and workshop participants via online surveys. So in all, we had multiple modes of arriving at priorities. In addition to the determining the priorities, we also aggregated some similar questions to reduce redundancies and ensure that we had good topical coverage, which in some ways resulted in science actions becoming broader. The level of specificity can vary by some of the management questions in science actions. So that was influenced largely by two factors. First is the state of knowledge. Some have more broad questions where we have less information, others more specific where we know a lot. And it was also influenced by just recognition in the system that a lot of the management gaps relate less to individual processes and resources, but rather connections between processes and resources across the system. And I'll just reiterate that all steps, including the resources and literature reviewed to develop the criteria and distill priorities, are detailed in the report, specifically appendices A and C. So for now, we have 6 management needs. This is this overall structure, 6 broad management needs, and 65 management questions, some of which relate more specifically to our top science actions and some that do not. And finally, we landed at 25 top priority science actions. The 75 additional science actions were not what we suggest prioritizing for funding, but we have preserved all of them in the document as an appendix. And we invite members of the Delta ISB to comment on these additional science actions. For example, are there any that should be reconsidered for prioritization in the main section of the report? Just to get a slight flavor of the 6 management needs, one focuses on coordinating large-scale experiments, one on monitoring and model integration, multi-benefit approaches, the human dimension, specifically human behavior and processes, acquiring new knowledge for species recovery, and anticipating impacts of climate change. We also, the science actions are responsive to the management needs and questions, and they do highlight some specific themes or topics like forecasting and monitoring, contaminants, social ecological system, invasive species, and climate change. We have some examples here. So not to a huge surprise, we have one science action specifically focused on assessing trade-offs of drought management actions. So as a reminder, the science action agenda is available for review now through January 21st of 2022. We're seeking input from the ISB, various collaborative groups and interested members of the public, and those with stake in the Delta. And after considering comments, we anticipate releasing the draft in spring of 2020, by spring of 2022. And here, you don't have to look too detailed at this, but here are the variety of questions that we have provided for you to consider for your review. These were transmitted to the ISB with the draft science action agenda back in November. And questions to consider for your review touch on the process, function, clarity, and most importantly, the content, specifically for the management needs and the science actions. I'll now switch to the next slide, which has some more focused discussions or focused questions for today's discussion. So in addition to now being able to answer your questions and just hearing your initial thoughts, we do pitch the following questions to potentially inform today's discussion. How strong are the science actions and underlying management needs? How effective was the process to use to develop the science action agenda? How well is the science action agenda achieving its intended function as a guiding science document for the next 4 to 5 years? And how clearly is the process explained in the text? So I'll now say thank you to the board. Thank you to everyone involved in the science action agenda update process. It was a team effort. And I now invite any questions or comments.
Thanks, Rachel. And I'm going to open the board to discussion. We have until 2 o'clock and for this discussion. And I, again, want folks to think about, is there any points of clarification? Are there things that we could recommend to improve on the document now, or larger scale things in general about the process and so forth? And I'll start off with a question. And I know I've asked you this many times, and I see you have the 4-year thing here again, and I when I look at first cut, looking at your science actions, you know, I'm not sure any of them can be done in 4 years, any one of them, and I'm trying to to figure out where the 4-year time comes in. And what I'm thinking about is maybe your audience is maybe the purpose is to initiate this work and get the funding agencies to fund something on this topic within the next 4 years, because it seems that that's when you measured your success from the previous science action agenda, it was measured by, has there been any progress? Has anybody funded anything on this topic? So would it be fair to say that your audience to this is largely those people funding research?
I would say the audience is largely those, yeah, who fund research, but also for those who are interested in pursuing, receiving funding from the science program and other entities that use the science action agenda to guide how they invest in science. And just, I don't think it's the 4 to 5 years, it's to prioritize how we, how you said, fund science, but not necessarily have the expectation that all of these actions will be completed fully addressed within a 4 to 5 year time scale.
So I see Henry.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for the question, and thank you to the ISB for the opportunity to present today. So on your question about the 4 year timeline, Rachel said it well, and I think that's outlined in the criteria for science action screening and selection, that a science action doesn't necessarily need to be achieved within the 4 years, but can contribute to progress or kind of foundational science that extends beyond 4 years. The other thing, I guess I do take your point that many of the science actions are one could argue would be tough to address in 4 years, but I think there are some that could be addressed within 4 years. Things like Science Action 1B, which is about evaluating the different individual and institutional factors related to decision making and resource sharing within the Delta. And there's some other ones too about developing frameworks. So I think there are some that are lower hanging fruit, but your point's well taken. Thanks.
Tanya.
Yeah, thanks. Rachel, great presentation. And I do want to compliment everyone who's worked on this and just say how impressive the document is. There's so many great ideas here. And I do think that the process that was used to develop this was really well done. And I think that the opportunities for input seemed extensive, and there were lots of different types of stakeholders and interests that played a role in this process. So I think it was a good process overall. But just to kind of follow up, I think on the point that Steve was hitting at, when thinking about this kind of 4 year time frame, and Henry, I like your idea that, oh yeah, there's some of these things that could be done in a 4 year time frame, and maybe some that are longer term. It might be helpful to have some of that identified within the document, to really think about what some of those shorter versus longer term actions could be, because it can be somewhat daunting to look at the scope of this and think, oh, the emphasis is like, this is a 4 year document. We're going to do this every 4 years. And that's kind of what the reader sees. And so you think, how can you do any of this in 4 years? And kind of related to that, to really think about as well, the funding that could be allocated to all of these types of actions. Let's say if we base this on what the amount of funding was that you estimated for the last science action agenda period, the $35 million, if we spread that type of money around to all of these different projects, it could be very diffused as well. And we may not be prioritizing some of those higher priority things that maybe we should really be getting done in the next 4 years. Or, and I don't have a good answer there, but it seems like there could be a way to kind of play with some of this prioritization thinking, and even kind of reflecting on, what was achieved in the last science action agenda and the kind of the number of items where there was significant progress, to really kind of take that and internalize that and say, well, if we're only going to be able to make significant progress on a handful of things, should we really be putting some significant resources into a smaller number of things, not ignoring these other science action agenda items and needs, but I don't know, thinking about some ways to kind of prioritize. And I don't have that spelled out yet, but just kind of thinking off the top of my head right now.
Well, I like the idea of the example, and that's what I think your figure 2 in your report is doing. And I don't know if you have that in front of you or not, but in that figure, to me, that is really crystal clear, and it shows a management need that is determine the impact of restoration on native fish. To me, that's a very clear management question. It seems like your management questions you selected are far more vague. We need to work better here. We need to add economics. We need to. It's nothing. This is very specific. And when you get down to the science actions, they are things that definitely could be completed. It's conduct monitoring of native fish in restored areas. That, to me, in my mind anyway, is an action. And I think the disconnect I'm feeling is that figure explains this process to me very, very clearly. It doesn't map onto what I see in terms of the level of specificity or generality in the management questions or in the action items. There's some exceptions like HABs and so forth that are more clearly identified as something I could write a proposal on that HAB priority. And maybe that, you can't redo all of this, but I just wonder if there's a way to make the connection better between specificity and generality, and what do you mean in this process?
Could I just add to that question, which is how did you pick the level of generality and why? Because it does vary. There's some things that are pretty vague and some things that are pretty specific in it. And so I think some of that was strategic, and I'd like to hear why that was chosen.
Yeah, I think I can go back to this slide of, maybe I don't have too much detail on here, but there was a lot that went into the level of specificity for certain science actions, as well as for management questions, because if you go up to that tier, you also see that some of those questions are quite specific and some are relatively vague. So kind of, I would say the three things that really went into that is, one, we were in the process of distilling down a significant number of science actions or management questions for both cases. And so in some ways we merged similar questions. So that can kind of make the scope either had to become more broad or just became larger. So that was one factor. And then, and that was to be as inclusive as we could, if that makes sense. And then the other factor was the state of knowledge. So I would say for some, especially quite a few around the human dimensions, we could be asking some very specific questions, but in general, a lot of the questions and understanding we have is a little bit behind where we're at with, say, like native fish species. So some of those questions are more broad in nature. And then again, another kind of priority with the science action agenda is tackling questions that don't fall specifically to one agency mandate. And so it is about getting at some of those tougher integrated questions, which I think in some ways can add to the complexity or just the broad sweeping nature of some of these. So those would be the three main factors. But in the very end of that report, there's 75 other science actions, and some of those are quite specific, whereas some are also extremely broad. And I think getting input from the ISB on, if these are not actionable or clear, we would like input on that. If there's some that we overlooked that should be reconsidered for elevating within our criteria, though, that we've used and had vetted, is also welcomed input. Or If just the language that we've used for some of these management needs, management questions, or science actions could become more clear and more specific, we're open to that sort of feedback. Does that help answer the question on kind of how we landed at the level that we're at?
That brings up, do you worry that the multi-agency criteria, which I actually don't see in this prioritization list unless it's in there somewhere, but I recognize that your multiple agency criteria was one of your criterias. But that the process itself, which is largely, it's a voting process, that by people are more likely to vote for more general things because it includes stuff they're interested in. If I say I'm going to study, the left fin on a salmon versus study salmon versus study the economics and viability of salmon and everything that influences it, you're going to have various degrees of interest in that. And the more broad it is, more likely, the more people that are going to support that. Do you worry that that's part of it?
I guess I hadn't been too worried about a bias towards those broad questions, and I don't necessarily have the data from our surveys. It'd be interesting to look into to see how that did vary, because we did have multiple opportunities for folks to weigh in, and so we have that kind of like quantitative information if we wanted to look at it. So that is a good question. I will say though, at least the first thought that comes to mind that calms my nerves is regarding the proposals that we receive for these science actions, because the next step with putting out these priorities is then a call for proposals. And so within that, something can become, a research project can be pitched that's quite specific, but fits under one of those science actions. So it's kind of an opportunity for scientists to also be able to weigh in on the component that they want to address within a science action for those that are more broad. But that's just my first kind of response to that. I'm open to others, have other ideas.
And I'm not saying broad is a bad thing. I'm just saying that it's, maybe recognize that they are, they are broad, and that, and maybe your figure 2 is an example of, I don't know if you have that figure 2 up there, but figure 2 might be where the top thing is actually the action item. It's a matter of clarification. And then specific projects might be further on down the list, and so it's a matter of just being clear and saying that, the topics are general. We realize that it's unlikely that any one particular science project is going to be able to address this whole thing. And one could then therefore look at these components of it or something along that line. Just at this stage, it may be best just from my perspective to have some clarity in what you're talking about, and that actions are just priority areas in which people could then further do projects within that umbrella or something like that. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, Steve, to follow on what you had just said, is it seems in reading the document, it would be greatly improved if the science actions, whether it's the 6 priority areas or all 75, if each one of them had a strategy for implementation, as well as quantitative objectives of what they would like to achieve. In other words, having smart objectives, for each of the science actions, and to say, how, so that traction towards success over the next 4 years or even beyond that. If you have these smart objectives, you have a chance of actually measuring progress towards those objectives. So I think having those two things, having a strategy for implementation along with quantitative or smart objectives would probably go a long way towards helping sort out what's doable and what is, something that's just a very general area for research and investigation over the next number of years. And especially considering, when I looked at the amount of monies available, if you assume that approximately 35 million is available for the next period, then the program is really just woefully underfunded. I would think at most you could probably take 1, 2, or maybe 3 of the science actions and actually hope to make any significant progress, towards their completion. So I think, that's another thing, is really aligning the science actions with the projected amount of resources available.
Thank you for that comment. I just want to quickly add, in the last science action agenda, there were also 25 science actions, but it was actually sorted into kind of 12 primary ones and 13 additional ones. And what happened through the funding solicitations was that it ended up that folks could apply for really any of those science actions. So we in the initial document, it kind of says like these 12 ones are priority, but if funds are available, you can propose research on these other ones. So that's why this time we sort of just opened it up to all 25 as the science actions, given that there wasn't as much of a strong distinction before. But if that is, considering these comments about the overall pot of money, if we're assuming it's the same, that input would be welcomed from the ISB as well, just to kind of hear your thoughts on where that number landed and if it's appropriate.
Yes, Henry.
Thanks. And thanks for the idea, Dr. Naiman. It's a really, really interesting one. And I mean, as you can tell, it took us almost 2 years to get to this point, and that is just identifying science actions that are collaboratively developed. So going into more detail in terms of strategies for carrying out those science actions and identifying smart objectives. I like the idea. I think, part of the, there's 2 reasons why we are where we are. And one is, I think, because this takes time. And so going into that level of detail just isn't feasible and would require a fair amount of additional work. The second one is, I don't think we want to be too prescriptive in how science actions are carried out. We want to encourage different approaches to fulfilling these science actions and thereby hopefully fostering innovation and different approaches to given scientific areas. So those are just a couple reactions, but very unique comment that we haven't gotten before. Thanks.
Okay, Laurel, then Jay.
Just a quick response to what Henry was saying on the topic of innovation. I think a good example is the use of eDNA that came up in proposals we received in the last solicitation. I don't think people were really thinking very much about eDNA at the time the last science action agenda was drafted, and we saw some great proposals, including a proposal that we funded to use eDNA to evaluate how fish species are benefiting from habitat that is created through wetland restoration efforts. And now this is in the estuary blueprint, but there's a suggestion that eDNA could be used as part of an EDRR strategy. And so I think we want to be open to some of these new technologies and innovative ideas that might come about in the period covered by the SAA.
Okay, Jay.
Yeah, this is really a great document. It's a really great process. And it accomplishes a lot of useful things. But coming back to what I've been harping on for a while now is it really comes up with sort of a list of science projects and topics. It sort of misses opportunities. I mean, you could accomplish the same thing and in addition accomplish some more strategic, important ends. This is one of really 2 documents that apply to Delta science across all the agencies. There's this this document and the Delta Science Plan. The Delta Science Plan is supposed to be on a 5-year cycle. This document is now moved from a 3-year cycle to a 4 to 5 year cycle. So I'm not quite sure how to distinguish them now. But there should be some, I think, some strategic directions that the community wants to encourage in the way science is done and the way science is used and the way science is sort of aggregated and strategically employed and developed. Rather than just a list of 25 or 75 or 375 topics, how do you make those things come together? How do you encourage synthesis out of that? How do you encourage agencies to come together? And to me, that kind of strategic benefits of this kind of an enterprise are probably more important than identifying individual science projects. That's just sort of an overall concern with an otherwise pretty useful document.
Thanks for that comment, Jay.
Okay, Joe.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very comprehensive document, and I really enjoyed reading it. One of the things I kind of found was a little bit too vague for a science action plan. As Henry said, probably we don't want to be too prescriptive on these things, but you basically say what you are doing. For example, if I take one, I try to get one of these things and try to see whether I can come up with some kind of a plan based on what you recommended for a particular problem. And then you have a nice thing, you have example on the right-hand side. So then you just, for example, if you take 1C, you have, identify and carry out large-scale experiments that can address uncertainties, but it's been done all the time, right? I mean, this is what much of the large-scale experimental people do large-scale experiments, but then probably on the right-hand side, so when you become Delta specific, I had a little bit of hard time in how to constrain this. When you say carry out large-scale experiments, and then the best thing is that if you go to the right-hand side, the example can be a little bit, you don't have to be prescriptive in the left-hand side. The right-hand side can be a little bit more prescriptive. Then it gives you a little bit of a kind of a thread to work with. So that's what I kind of thought, that it could have been very nice to get that the two sides. Left-hand side is not prescriptive, it's general, this is a recommendation, and we know large-scale experiments are good to do, identify uncertainties, science, blah, blah, blah. But then the right-hand side, when it comes to, I was expecting, so I can just jump in and get a glean at it. I kind of thought that part was a little bit too broad. So if you can think about a way to use that right-hand side to give us a little bit more kind of a structure, that example, right? Thanks.
It's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Jay, do you have another question or? Okay, Tom?
I'll lower my hand first so I remember that it's gone. I wanted to comment on the priority issue, because one of the problems is that this the current document, which I admire the process you went through and the transparency of everything, you sort of end up with a bunch of actions that are equal. But if you look at what's going on right now, the current drought is something that needs to be documented and understood, because we're probably going to be experiencing these things in the future. And the reference to the drought in the management action isn't really that comprehensive. And my experience with the federal government is there's always enough flexibility in the budget that you can do things that you're not told to do by Congress. And the drought is one of those things right now that would strike me as being something that we really have to document its effect on species, look at the interactions of, the water flows with what's going on. And there's no reason not to think that we're going to have a similar problem next time. Maybe it'll be a big earthquake in the Delta that needs to be studied. Maybe it'll be unusual temperatures that we're dealing with. But the document doesn't accommodate that kind of emergency kind of thing. But we're in a time of climate change, and we should be able to be flexible enough to address things that we know might happen, but we can't be sure they are. So study the ones that are.
A really helpful comment of just considering just some additional ways to elevate topics that or science actions that are the most pressing. And also there is a science action in the last science action agenda that is about extreme conditions and like, for example, drought as it pertains to species, and thinking a little bit about where that one is at still and what remains too is another way to consider keeping that issue up front. But I do appreciate that comment about just in general how we prioritize and how responsive the document is to really pressing current issues. Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments, or Virginia?
Yeah, so this is not comment so much on how to prioritize, but how to make sure that priority issues are addressed. And that is, it seems to be useful, and maybe you're doing this, but I didn't see it, to be prescriptive about some aspects. You know, should all of these proposed studies at least consider climate change? Should they all specify how management needs are being addressed? You know, what's the contribution to or monitoring? Are they on a similar reporting sequence so that they could share with each other where they are and then build upon that? Those kind of things would really help towards synthesis and addressing some of the key concerns, and also help addressing management needs.
I'll just quickly add to that, that we learned a lot through this first attempt doing a progress summary. It is really hard to track progress on a lot of these and report out on that. And to that point about where the management is being informed specifically, I think that we can ask for those that actually receive funding through, guided by the science action agenda, to also be reporting back on specific, helping us, I guess, with progress tracking and kind of reporting back on where they contributed to management, for example. So just, I appreciate the comment.
Well, our next question is, how should we, oh, Bob, sorry.
Thanks, Steve. Just a couple quick comments. And coming back to the SMART objectives, there are actually some objectives or science actions in the document that with just a little bit of revision could become SMART. You know, for example, on page 21, there's a reference to harmful algal blooms. It really wouldn't take much to reword that science action to be a SMART objective, and therefore be able to evaluate it for success or not, within a given time frame. So anyway, that's one comment. The second comment is that in reading the document, I don't remember this, I read it a couple of weeks ago, but I never acquired a vision of what the Delta Science Program wants to achieve. By having this program, what sort of a Delta do you want to see in the future, or what sort of attributes or characteristics of a Delta do you want to achieve by this program? And I never got a sense of that. And it may be in there, and I just didn't see it. But when I came away, I was really wondering how the science actions actually would contribute to kind of a common vision of what the Delta would be in 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. And I think that would be actually more than nice. It would be almost, I guess, essential to have something like that in there right up front, so we can see how we're moving towards that vision. Thanks.
Okay, Virginia?
And yes, I strongly agree with Bob's comment. He mentioned earlier, having a desired future condition is the term TNC adopts for the and having that vision is really important to me toward thinking about the science to get there and what questions relate to that. And some programs start with that vision and then think about how to get there. And I don't really see a holistic viewpoint that comes across with these disparate questions. Yes, they're needed, and yes, they would all be helpful, but together, where would they go? And this again relates to having this conceptual diagram of how the major pieces fit together, because without that, I can't really identify where the gaps might be.
Henry?
Thanks, and thank you, Dr. Dale and Dr. Naiman for those additional comments. And we've actually received some feedback about kind of better articulating this vision. So that this is definitely feedback we're going to have to incorporate into the final science action agenda. Just to highlight, I guess, kind of differences in scope between different Delta Science program products or tools or processes. So we do have the science action agenda, and that is mainly focused on providing a guide to filling knowledge gaps that are really management relevant. And as Rachel just brought up on the screen, and maybe this gets a little bit at your comment, Dr. Dale, about kind of a conceptual diagram, but what's on the screen is our Delta Science strategy. And we welcome, input on this strategy, but it's kind of our living operating strategy. And so the science action agenda is really about filling knowledge gaps that are management relevant. And the science plan, which is at the top of this pyramid and was produced in 2019 and reviewed by the ISB, and we're in the process of considering ways to update the next science plan due in 2024. The role of the science plan is to speak to the governance, the science governance within the system. So less about kind of individual topics and issues or transcending topics and issues, and more about how the players and actors and pieces and organizations and authorities all come together, or where there might be opportunities for improvement. So I know that there's some new members on the ISB, and just wanted to highlight the Delta Science Plan as well.
If I can follow up on that a little bit, I don't recall seeing a lot of connection in the science action agenda to these other two documents. It seems like if they are connected, why not connect them? If the science plan, which it does, has certain goals, both in terms of science structure as well as other goals, and clearly the state of the Delta Science has scientific papers that say, here's the state of the science, and I'm sure they say, here's some important things that need to be done. But I don't see the connection. It seems like it was almost done independently, and the way it's written. And I'm wondering if it could be redone in the sense that here's a science plan, existing science plan, and therefore these science actions, which should conform to the science plan, I would think, conform to the priorities in the science plan, and recognize the science activities that were suggested in the state of this Delta-based science. Can that be done? Is there a connection there? Shouldn't there be?
Rachel, I don't know if you want to weigh in on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, in how the table is structured right now with each of the management needs and the science actions, and that right-hand side that some have referenced, there's kind of the gaps discussion around it and kind of what getting at specifics. Initially, when we scoped it, we included reference to science plan objectives, but it became too busy. So there is actually a table, I think it's in Appendix C, no, D or E, that outlines how each of the manager, there's a lot of appendices, how each of the manager needs, the 6 that we have scoped, connect to both the previous science action agenda's action areas, as well as Delta plan, the 6 objectives in the Delta science plan, not the Delta plan. So those were certainly in mind, and the science action agenda is a key document for implementing some of those priorities in the science plan. So definitely not independent, but if those connections need to be made more explicit in that front section of the report, then point well taken, and additional comments like that would be really helpful. But there is that table in there as well.
But I'm thinking more formally connected, because the science plan literally is the science strategy for the Delta. And therefore, anything that's done somehow or another should fall under that umbrella. And so there should be a way to not just connect it to a, in a subtable, but actually organize the review to make sure it encompasses those science plan priorities, because that would make it a much more formal connection. Here's the plan, here's the things that fit under that plan, and then here's the priorities under that. So Lisa, you're on mute.
So I lowered my hand, but I didn't unmute myself. So it's too many buttons at once. Yeah, so I think we heard a lot of really useful comments about this. I think, the document is trying to do so many things. I actually think if every comment, there's a right answer in there, so people who wanted more specifics, there's specifics. People who wanted it connected to strategy, people, I think there's a little bit of everything in there for everyone. The problem is not everything is everything. Like even to Steve's point, the Delta Science Plan, they really did embrace the co-development process. And so if everything had to tie back to the Delta Science Plan, it wouldn't necessarily represent the full suite of things they heard from this diverse set of stakeholders they asked. So I think we need to give them a little flexibility here in trying to figure out how to bring in these many voices. But I do think we are hearing that it might feel a little random, or it might just not feel connected to the goals. And possibly that may be a shortfall on maybe connecting to management. I mean, I think there's probably some shorthanding going on. Like one question that stuck out to me was connect restoration to nutrients, contaminants, blah, blah, blah. And there really was no why in there, but it's so foundational to so many other questions that was probably why you didn't specify a particular management question. So, I think it is going to take a little flexibility to encompass everything you heard. My question for you, now that I've sort of responded to everyone's comments, my question for you is, now that you've done this process, are you planning to make recommendations of how you would do the process differently in the future?
I haven't quite gotten to the reflection phase of all of this. We're still in the home stretch, but totally fair comment. I think a lot about overall vision and clarifying that up front, making bigger connections, more clear connections to both management and other aspects of the science strategy are probably things that we should be considering. It's like a bottom-up approach. We wanted that to be leading the effort, but at the same time, I think we could or should have been more explicit with our vision. So adding that to the process next time, I think, is spot on. And I think we've heard a lot of comments about just the time to take in to update this. And so maybe, and this actually was a previous Science Action Agenda comment from the ISB about maybe more frequent, smaller updates. And I think that there's potential for that. There's potential with the progress summary that we did as a new opportunity to have more frequent, smaller opportunities to be reporting on progress and assessing priorities. So yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, and I don't think any of those were super clear to your question, but that's where I'm at with answering it right now, and I appreciate it.
Laurel?
Thanks, Steve. And Lisa, I just really appreciated the last comment that you made in recognizing how this process of co-production could have might not be tightly constrained under those categories in the Delta Science Plan. I think there's a lot of value to that. We actually made a presentation on this document to an informal advisory committee that I convene semi-regularly, and we heard similar encouragement to make the vision that this document implements clearer. And one of their suggestions was to consider releasing a vision statement at the same time the science action agenda is released. And we haven't had a chance to debrief on this yet or discuss it internally, but I will say that I like that idea. And just, I've got some notes from the other meeting on my notebook in front of me. And one of the things in my mind is that the vision really is about laying a foundation for scenario planning. To evaluate how the system will respond to rapidly changing conditions, including droughts and flood. It's also laying a foundation for managing species recovery processes, as well as for improving human health and human beneficial use of the Delta. I see those as being like the three key visionary elements that these actions set us up well for. So if I had to write a vision statement right now, it would be really focused around those three topics. But this is all really fresh and still needs to be discussed. I just wanted to let you know that we're hearing what you and others have said about this, and I think there's a lot of good ideas here.
So I want to start talking a little bit about a way forward, and I have a sort of three general topics in mind about what our review topics could address. One is sort of the question of how well has this document responded to our previous review. We did actually talk about alternative structure and making a thing that's greater than the sum of its parts and things like that. And a different way of doing business in that review. But one section would be, we'll start off with some overarching comments, then talk about how well the review, the document responded to our previous comments about process, then dive into how well does the document achieve its stated objectives. That's largely the list of questions that the science program has given us, plus a lot of what we talked about today. And then lastly, making suggestions about future approaches. What might one do differently in the future? That's sort of what I'm thinking is an outline. That's a lot of work. We have the opportunity to have a group or small groups begin to put that together over the course of the next month or so, and then have a detailed discussion again in January to talk about the content of that review, have a proposal put forward about the content prior to our meeting, and then in the meeting, make sure we agree on what the content of that review would be, and then we will have a week or so after that to write that up. Any other thoughts about moving forward?
So our deadline is January 21st. For this review, that was the end of the public comment period. I see Henry nodding. Yeah. So if January 21st is the deadline, shouldn't we already have a draft of our recommendations by the next meeting, and then we could have people refine them?
Well, that's what I'm thinking about. That's kind of what, yeah, to have the content, whether that's.
Oh, that's what you meant by content. I thought you meant a general description of the content as opposed to the actual content. Okay, that's clear now.
Points and content, subject to
substantive content. Okay, I'm with you now.
Subject to it can still be edited afterwards and polished and stuff. Is that January 21st deadline absolutely? We're a science board. We don't have to stick to particular deadlines, do we?
I think the 60-day was as a minimum, at least for the ISB. So yeah, we have some flexibility. Not a ton, but some, yes.
I would target the 21st, but as in the past, if it's if we discuss the content and let's say, and to the level that Lisa, you're talking about it, and I'm glad you volunteered to head up that committee, but the we can, if we can all agree on that pretty saliently, and then if the person that was ever doing the final writing needs an extra week or something like that, I think we're allowed to do that because they're going to have until spring to revise it anyway. So.
Yeah, and seriously, Steve, I would be happy to head up that committee.
I knew you would. And I'm happy to be on it because I'm very familiar with the previous one and our stuff. Does anyone else want to join us? We could use another couple. I know Bob's read it thoroughly. Bob, you have time to join in?
Tanya's raising her hand. Don't miss that.
Happy to join, Steve.
Virginia, who else? Not Virginia, but Tanya.
Yeah.
And Virginia raised her hand. Is that your hand up, Virginia?
Yes, it is.
All right, we got 4 of us. Perfect. Bob, I got out of it, but we're certainly going to tap you for other stuff. So.
No, I'm happy to take a look at what the others come up with. I am just so flat out with some other obligations between now and mid-January that it's nice to have others take the lead. Thanks.
Sounds good. I think we have a way forward. And any public comment on this, Edmond?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre. Deirdre, your microphone has the ability to unmute. Please provide your comment. Thank you.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins, still with California Water Research. I just wanted to say that the Science Action Agenda and the State of Bay Delta Science Report really seem like part of the core statutory responsibility of the Delta Independent Science Board, which is to provide oversight of the scientific research, monitoring, and assessment programs that support adaptive management of the Delta. When I was reviewing the Delta Stewardship Council contracts related to the Delta ISB members, I noticed that this seemed to be the first time that members of the Delta Independent Science Board didn't get contracts to help write chapters of the Bay Delta Science Report. And, I think that's kind of a significant loss. And as you know, the Delta ISB wasn't funded this past year to participate in development of the Science Action Agenda. I do know that there's, they say a camel is a horse built by committee. Well, I do notice some of that in the Science Action Agenda. One of the most glaring things is comparing it to the pelagic organism decline studies that were published in, the summary in 2010. And the pelagic organism decline studies were really focused on reasons for the collapse of pelagic species populations in the Delta. And they hypothesized these 10 slow abiotic drivers and ranked them. And I can't, the word extinction, the Delta smelt is going extinct this month, and I don't even see the word extinction in the report. Instead, it's under native species management. And that sort of assumes a conclusion, native species management under climate change, that I don't think has been borne out, and there just isn't the kind of funding that we need for kind of a retrospective on why did the smelt go extinct in the last years? How did we fail? Because it was a real failure. And, state has invested a huge amount of money in the Delta plan and so on. And one of the co-equal goals is to restore, enhance, and protect the Delta and the Delta ecosystem. So, and it is looking like ecocide, at least for native species. So I just can encourage people to take kind of a critical look. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre. As far as the State of the Bay report, I don't think the Science Board has officially ever reviewed that series of papers, because those papers go through their own peer review process, although some of the board members, I want to say independently, were involved in some of the authorship on some of those papers where they have expertise. But as far as a full board review of that document, we haven't done that. All right, I'm going to move on to the upcoming meetings. We had anticipated having a face-to-face in January. We have scheduled 2 full days in January, the 12th and the 13th. Historically, and I want to talk about face-to-face meetings again. And historically, we've had 12 meetings a year, 1 every month, and every second meeting was a face-to-face meeting. Now, those face-to-face meetings were, I would say, a day and a half, probably, sometimes 2 days. Only maybe 2 of those had field trips in any one year. I'm looking at Jay and Joe to correct me, or Tom. And that's a model we can go back to, and it could start as early as January. I know there's some ambivalence about traveling in January now with with COVID raising its ugly head. There's still some concerns with the Sacramento County health guidelines and the state guidelines and things like that in terms of meeting. I think masks are required indoors and so forth. But we could go back to that every 6 months, or I'm sorry, 6 face-to-face meetings per year. I'd like to throw out another option. Maybe we should think about going quarterly. And the idea with quarterly meetings is that we would have face-to-face meetings 4 times a year, and obviously, but they would be, instead of 1.5 day meetings, we'd have like 3-day meetings, to really make it worth our while to go. Because right now, on the bi-monthly bi-monthly thing, you spend some time traveling, you meet for 1.5 days, and then you travel back. And the travel time to meeting time is not that great. And for the 6 meetings, it's certainly going to meet less than 12 days, because it's usually 1.5 days, sometimes 2 days per each of those 6 meetings. So what I'm thinking of in a quarterly is we meet for 3 days on each 4 times a year. We run our regularly scheduled meetings. We have ample time for small group meetings, and whether that's these briefing teams, writing teams, and so forth. And 1 day out of each of those 3, I'm going to call it Stakeholder Engagement Day. And that could be a field trip, often a field trip. We go out in the field, we meet with stakeholders, we meet with the folks out there. It can take other forms. We're asked to do more stakeholder engagement and outreach. It could take other forms where we go in pairs to meet agency heads, or there's a wide variety of things we could do on, let's say, quote unquote, stakeholder outreach day. And that way we would still be meeting 12 days face-to-face per year, but our travel would be cut by 1/3. And I'm suggesting we move in that direction. I've talked to a few of you about that, and I think I haven't heard anyone disagree. And we would start that in March. That March would be our first 3-day meeting. That gives people, we can set up the entire schedule right now so that you'll all know what it is. We can find out the right times. We can begin to schedule the field trips. And also this would be an opportunity during a 3-day meeting that if we wanted to hold workshops, half-day workshops, panel sessions, or do our workshops, they could be encompassed within that 3-day quarterly meeting. It wouldn't be a separate meeting in that. We just set these up, we know our dates, and we combine our regular meeting to workshops and so forth. We can even move business sorts of things that we take care of on, that we can easily handle on Zoom. We can leave those on Zoom. We don't even have to do them during the face-to-face. face-to-face, we take the advantage of being face-to-face. Anyway, that's my thought, and that's my proposal I want to put forward and see what people think. That would mean January would still be 2 days, but it would be virtual. If you're in agreement, nod your head. If you have a question, raise your hand. I see 2 neutrals, 1 thumbs up. No, okay, now we're getting thumbs up. And a comment by Jay.
I think this in general is a really good idea. But I think given the status of the board and we're sort of still feeling our way how to operate, I wouldn't be really dogmatic about quarterly. You might want to do it more than quarterly for a little while and then transition to quarterly. But I think the direction of having fewer, longer in-person meetings is probably easier on staff and easier on scheduling and maybe more cost effective and more effective overall. But I think at the beginning, we might want to have a few as frequent in-person meetings as we can get away with, just to get ourselves used to working with each other.
Yeah, and I was thinking quarterly is, one concern brought up is if you started in March, then June, September, and then you're in December. December's too cold apparently to do anything. So outside,
dark,
at least from a California perspective. But you can also have the 4th meeting in October. You can have September and October. So you can it doesn't need to be equally spaced quarterly meetings, but quarterly meetings. And there's some value in regularly there's a lot of value in laying out the plan now. And there's some value in having them spaced apart because of all the other things we can do in between and then move on. So I guess without objection, and I'll presume Diane agrees, do you want to just go ahead and make the decision to move forward like that? We'll start with our next and first face-to-face in March. The trick will be, I'm going to ask you guys, you have to really pay close attention to your schedules. I know some of you teach, and I'm just assuming it's easier to get away 4 times a year than 6, and even though it's going to be an extra day. So there may be that more trickiness to schedule a 3-day meeting rather than a day-and-a-half meeting. But I think that might be more valuable use of our time.
Does this mean no meeting in February this year?
No, we're meeting still every month.
Okay.
Every month. And I'll lay out the January meeting right now. The January meeting on the 12th, in the morning, we would have small group meetings. And to flush out each of these 3 topics we're talking about, we also have folks working on the science action agenda, if they need any further flushing out, and also the science needs assessment, which is our 5th group. So somehow having small group meetings, whether they're hour here, an hour there, we'll schedule that on the morning of the 12th. You're welcome to have those meetings well ahead of that time too, but this will be a time where at least everyone's available.
Wait, Steve, you said science needs assessment. Did you mean the science action agenda review?
No, science action agenda, science needs assessment group, and our 3.
Okay, so there is a science needs assessment group too.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have not met yet, but I think you're on it, but we haven't discussed it, but we're trying to set up a meeting now with Amanda to see what the next steps are for that.
But when we get through with this scheduling, I'd like to talk about the needs assessment group.
Okay. That afternoon, we were going to have a sort of the water presentations, a discussion. We've invited at least 4 people to talk about what the water issues are. I encourage you to look at Ted Summers' talk. And also, if you don't want to listen to his whole hour, Mavis's notebook has an excellent summary of that with slides as well to give you a basic idea of the flows and so forth in the Delta. And then the next day we would have on the 13th have our regularly scheduled meeting, but we would focus in on things that we've talked about already. These 3 prospectuses and the finalizing water supply reliability and finalizing the science needs assessment. Those are three of the major topics that we'll need to work on in January. In February, we would have another virtual meeting. It would probably be a day-long meeting, a half a day of our regular stuff, and then a half a day of fish. And in that case, we're going to have the same kind of complement to the water thing, to have the fish folks talk in and talk about their issues and their priorities and regulation requirements, as well as having someone come in and talk about food webs. And then that's the next two meetings. And the February meeting is now targeted to be scheduled for the 11th. You have it for the 10th and 11th, and I think we're going to zero in on the 11th all day. Any questions on scheduling? Okay, any public comments on that?
There are none.
So Tom, how long of a time do you need?
I think we probably need about 5 minutes.
Okay. If I absolutely have to get out of here at 2:30. And so when I leave, Lisa will take over.
Okay, well, if the answer is no, then it'll go quickly.
Well, the answer is yes, please talk about it. It should have been on the agenda.
When I read the science action agenda, I saw pieces of the science needs assessment being incorporated into it. They actually talk about the co-laboratory, and they talk a lot about modeling. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the landscape's changed a little bit. I realized the needs assessment was supposed to be a little bit longer term than the action agenda, but with a little bit of tweaking, what I'm thinking is the action agenda might sort of replace the needs assessment. You can put I guess, a question mark at the end of that.
As I went on, I also noticed some leaking of the science needs assessment into the science action agenda. I saw that as well. And of course, they were part of the science needs assessment, those folks. And we were always careful to try and not draw a line in the sand, but at least draw a web that connected the two in the sand. I think my immediate reaction, and then I see Laurel's got a reaction, is that the science action agenda points were raised through a rigorous, well-defined process. The science needs assessment was derived by a completely different process. You know, we had our own workshops, and we had experts brought in, and our own steering team, multi-agency steering team, and came up with those. Now, should they marry down the road, so if there's some that have overlapping recommendations, I think that should be pointed out. And I think if those recommendations came from or recognized as part of the science needs assessment,
right, they
should point it out. And we should point out anything in the science needs assessment that's also reflected through an independent process from the science action agenda. That's the way I would think about it. But
so you would advocate both need to proceed?
Well, I think they were done with a different process. I don't know how they would add the science needs assessment priorities, which are still being evolved, into that document. I don't know. Laurel?
So I would say that the science needs assessment was influential for the people who developed science actions, both at the workshop and our own staff internally as we coalesced those actions after the workshop. And we've had a lot of discussions about this internally too, the way we distinguish between those two documents is that the science needs assessment really does help us set a vision for the 10+ year timeframe, whereas the science action agenda takes steps to implement that vision over a shorter timeframe. I think the science needs assessment could potentially be a lot more specific with respect to the types of forecasting that are a priority. And having sat in on some of those discussions last year. I really like the direction those discussions were going. I remember there was some discussion of writing one-pagers about each of the forecasting topics that were going to be advanced as priorities. And that's a level of specificity that we don't get into in the science action agenda. The other thing I'll say is that we're starting to scope an update to the Delta Science Plan, which is still a couple of years on the horizon. And one of the main ways that we're going to approach this scoping is we are collecting what I like to refer to as visionary documents for the science community. And that includes, I know there was an excerpt from the science needs assessment that was published to, I think it was Delta Independent Science Board meeting materials a while ago now. That is in the list of documents that we're looking at to establish this vision for governance over the period covered by the Delta Science Plan. So I think there's an important and independent role that the science needs assessment has.
So Tom, were you thinking that maybe in the science action agenda, there would be a separate small section that's talked about the science needs assessment and what their priorities are?
That was one possibility. I mean, it referred to the science needs assessment and used the same words that we were using. And I just began to wonder whether we needed both. And what one possibility would be to have more specific wording in the, maybe a section in the action agenda that acknowledges that the needs assessment.
Yeah, that might be very helpful.
It would at least help people who are confused, who read that far. Keep things straight anyway.
Yes, Henry.
Thanks, Steve. And sorry, I logged off thinking that this topic had lapsed, but I logged back on when I was watching on CalSpan. So thank you for that suggestion, Dr. Holzer, and we can definitely include more information in the science action agenda. The final one that gets at some of the areas of overlap and the distinctions between the science action agenda and the science needs assessment, if that's something that the board agrees with.
I think the science needs assessment people are trying to get together and with Amanda, and I think that that's something we can also talk to her about, see what she thinks.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on that, or? Okay, I guess we're moving to the review items, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to Lisa. Lisa, try and run. So I'll see you guys. I really have another 2:30 thing I got to be at. So have a nice meeting.
He leaves us in the lurch. Okay, let's see. Review of the items for follow-up. Is that where we are, Edmond? I think I need a little hint of exactly where we are in the agenda.
Yeah, that's where we are. I'm not sure since we're short on time, if you want to pass that and just take public comments at the end, or I can report out as well since we're at time.
I thought the next agenda item should be new duties for in the short term for the chair.
Yeah, right. All the writing assignments go to the chair. Yeah. Yeah, Edmund, what do you think? I mean, yeah, we are out of time. You can easily summarize this via email. Will that go into the public record too?
Yes.
Okay, so no one has to worry that they won't have access to that. Then I think we are ready to see if there's any public comment.
Yeah, there is one from Deirdre. Deirdre, I've unmuted your microphone and you have the ability to unmute.
Thanks. After a lot of thought, I wanted to suggest that the ISB consider doing some self-analysis as you re-engage with the Delta Science Program. I read with interest the past week that researchers at the Santa Fe Institute for Complex Systems are looking at the dynamics of beliefs and emotions, the role of social network structures, the influence of algorithms and institutions and their joint influence on collective outcomes and societal robustness. And these were things I had to think about in a microcosm when I was advocating for the Delta ISB. And in retrospect, I think there were two major changes in social and institutional dynamics of the Delta Science Program in the past 2 years. One change almost dissolved the Delta Independent Science Board, and the other, which I was involved in, saved it. I did find in my work that there was a significant role of agency social network structures, as well as beliefs and affinities of agency staff in these dynamics. And I don't know if it's just getting into dangerous territories, some of what happened is still very obscure, but you have a lot of insight. There's some very good social scientists on the board, and as you kind of re-energize the board, it might be good to think about this consciously. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Yeah, perhaps that activity could be part of what we do as we respond to the review of us. So I don't know if you're aware, but a review was done to look at the effectiveness of our products and who uses our science. And I think we are at an inflection point where we're going to be, really reinvigorating how we learn about science in Delta and making sure our scope is correct. So we will definitely take that under advisement as we consider what our scope should be moving forward. So thank you. And also thank you again for helping keep us around.
I learned an amazing amount, not only about advocacy and actually about my own psychology and motivations.
Sounds like something we should discuss at a stakeholder meeting sometime. So thank you, Deirdre. Okay, well, with that, I believe we can bring this meeting to a close. Am I right about that, Edmond?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I wasn't that prepared to take over. Yes, I have public comments and now I see adjourned. So I will call the meeting to a close. Thank you everyone for your engaged participation today. And see you soon. Acting.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
You too.